a young Hollywood actress, ambitious and driven, stepped into spaces of luxury that most of the world could only glimpse through photographs. Multi-million-dollar yachts drifting quietly across the Mediterranean, where champagne never stopped flowing and every guest belonged to the highest circles of power. Not once, not twice, but countless times. Enough to fuel rumors that lingered for years without ever being confirmed. And then, almost in the blink of an eye, that woman entered an even more powerful world. She became the Duchess of Sussex, a member of the British royal family, where every detail of the past could become subject to scrutiny. Yet what is striking is that some questions seem to have been buried, or deliberately forgotten, until now. For the first time, a veteran voice in British media broke that silence. No evasion, no hesitation. A direct, sharp, almost provocative question was raised. How many yachts had Meghan Markle been on before meeting Prince Harry? Was it a 2-digit number, or even 3 digits? That question was not merely curiosity. It opened a door into shadows that had never been fully told. Relationships, private parties, luxurious journeys the public had never truly seen. And more importantly, it raised a larger doubt. Did the fairy tale the world once believed truly begin the way it was told? Or was there an entirely different path behind it, covered by years of silence? Julie Burchill is not an unfamiliar name in British journalism. For decades, she has been known as a bold writer, unafraid of confrontation, and almost immune to public pressure. Her style is often described as razor-sharp, blunt to the point of shock, yet laced with a distinctive sarcasm that makes readers both uncomfortable and unable to look away. To some, she is a voice of raw truth. To others, a symbol of media extremity. But regardless of where one stands, one fact remains. When Julie Burchill speaks, people pay attention. And this time, her focus was none other than Meghan Markle. In an article published in The Spectator with the suggestive title, "Spare Us the Girls' Weekend Meghan," Burchill did more than express a personal opinion. She sparked a new wave of debate by bringing suspicions that once lived on the fringes of the internet into the center of mainstream media. What made the article explosive was not just her familiar sarcastic tone, but the way she asked questions that few major outlets had ever dared to touch. In that piece, Burchill did not present any allegation as fact. Instead, she employed a familiar tactic in controversial journalism, asking direct questions that ignite curiosity while maintaining enough distance to avoid making claims. The most attention-grabbing moment was her reference to rumors surrounding Meghan's past, ending with a provocative question. Was it a 2-digit number or 3 digits? A phrasing both vague and precise enough to invite interpretation. What matters is this: when such a question appears on a platform like The Spectator, it is no longer an anonymous rumor circulating on social media. It enters a space perceived as more legitimate in the eyes of the public. And that shift has led many to see this as a turning point in how British media is treating the image of Meghan Markle. However, Burchill's article did not stop at provocative questions. Much of it focused on criticizing a specific event, a girls' weekend promoted as a premium experience for women, priced at $2,699 Australian dollars. In Burchill's view, this was not a symbol of female empowerment, but a clear example of personal branding turned into commercial product. She described the event with biting sarcasm, suggesting it resembled a self-congratulatory gathering rather than something of real value. Notably, she also mentioned details about the organizer, adding another layer of complexity in the public eye. According to what was referenced, this individual had previously been linked to serious financial issues. By combining these elements, Burchill constructed an argument that behind the polished messages of empowerment, there may lie very clear commercial motives. One of the most widely shared parts of the article was a characteristically sarcastic comparison. She recounted parties from her own past, filled with chaotic moments, from personal conflicts to behavior that crossed social norms. Then she placed them alongside an event she described as overly controlled, overly safe, and lacking authenticity. This comparison was not just for humor. It was her way of conveying that what is being sold as personal experience may in fact be far removed from reality. Yet what drew the most attention was the conclusion Burchell subtly led readers toward. She did not state it outright, but her narrative pointed to a perception that Meghan's public image has shifted significantly. From a royal figure with a unique position to a public personality operating within a model of commercialized identity, someone who monetizes personal stories, packaging experiences, and selling them back to the public. At the same time, it is important to acknowledge that not everyone agrees with this approach. Many argue that such articles can contribute to spreading unverified speculation, creating a media environment that feels increasingly unfair. In a time when the line between fact and assumption grows thinner, even a question can carry the weight of a statement in the eyes of some audiences. Even so, one reality cannot be denied. Julie Burchell's article succeeded in drawing attention back to Meghan Markle, but in a completely different way than before. No longer through carefully crafted fairy tale narratives or polished positive imagery. Instead, through heated debate, opposing perspectives, and a wave of questions about the authenticity of the image the public once saw. And perhaps the most notable aspect lies not in the article itself, but in the reaction it provoked. When a topic once considered sensitive begins to appear on mainstream platforms, it signals a shift in how media operates. No longer are there clearly defined forbidden zones. No longer are certain stories confined to the shadows. But beyond the sharp mockery, Julie Burchell also touched on something far more sensitive: the way personal image is built, controlled, and sometimes used as a tool to generate commercial value. And that leads to a larger story, one that extends beyond a single individual, reflecting how fame, power, and money are increasingly intertwined in the modern world. The story of the girls' weekend, called Her Best Life, is not simply an entertainment event for women. It is increasingly being seen as a test of the image Meghan has carefully built over many years. Promoted as an inspiring experience where women can connect, heal, and redefine themselves, the event quickly drew attention. But as people began to look more closely at its structure and how it operates, a larger question started to emerge. Is this truly empowerment, or just a carefully packaged business model? The price of $2,000, $600.99 Australian dollars for a single weekend is enough to make many pause, not because the amount is impossible to afford, but because of what real value participants actually receive. Conversations, group activities, moments shared on social media, all of it is presented as a life-changing journey. But for skeptics, this follows a familiar formula: selling emotions, selling stories, and selling the dream that many people long for. What makes the situation more sensitive is this: Meghan's image has always been tied to the narrative of a woman who was hurt, misunderstood, and forced to fight to reclaim her voice. When an event like this is associated with her name, it is no longer just a business activity. It becomes part of a larger story she is telling the world. And because of that, every detail is placed under scrutiny. At the same time, elements from the past continue to resurface, like pieces that never fully disappeared. One detail that has drawn attention is that lawyer David Boies, who once represented Virginia Giuffre, expressed an interest in seeking testimony from Meghan in a case related to Prince Andrew. Although this never reached a clear conclusion, the mere presence of Meghan's name in that context was enough to spark a new wave of debate. Those who have followed this story for a long time understand that in the world of public figures, association, whether direct or indirect, can become a catalyst for larger questions. And when those questions combine with current commercial activities, They create a complex picture where the line between image and reality becomes increasingly blurred. It does not stop there. A long-running investigative project by Jessica Reed Krause is also being mentioned as a factor that could shift the narrative. According to what has been revealed, the project has been developed over 6 years, with the goal of exploring aspects that have never been publicly disclosed. While the specific content has not yet been released, the time and resources invested alone are enough to spark curiosity about what may soon come to light. In that context, the way Meghan continues to build and commercialize her image has become a focal point of debate. Some argue that she is maximizing public attention, turning each personal story into a product that can be sold. Supporters see this as an individual right to control one's own narrative. Critics, however, go further. They view it as a carefully calculated strategy, where every element is used to maximize gain. One of the most controversial details is the suggestion that Meghan may be considering charging for personal interactions with fans, including photographs. This is not uncommon in the entertainment world. Many public figures, especially actors from popular series, often appear at events and charge for fan interactions. But when someone who was once a member of the royal family is placed in that same context, public perception shifts dramatically. This contrast is what makes the situation so tense. On one side is the image of a duchess, associated with tradition, honor, and responsibility. On the other is the image of an entertainment figure operating in a market where everything can be assigned a price. When these two images collide, it creates instability in how the public perceives her. And that is why strong language has begun to appear in these debates. Some people do not hesitate to describe this as a form of sophisticated deception, where public emotion is being used to generate profit. Others argue that it is simply an example of adaptation to a new environment, where fame is no longer tied to traditional institutions. Whatever perspective one takes, one thing remains clear. This story is no longer just about a weekend event or a controversial article. It has become a broader debate about how personal image is built, used, and sometimes questioned. And within that debate, every small detail can become an important piece. Looking at the full picture, it becomes clear that these are not isolated events. They are connected in a very specific way. From media articles, to investigative projects, to commercial activities, all of it contributes to a narrative that continues to evolve, with layers that grow increasingly complex. And perhaps what makes this story so compelling is the contrast at its core, between the image that is presented and the questions being raised, between messages of empowerment and doubts about underlying motives, between a past that has never been fully explained and a present that is being examined in every detail. As Meghan attempts to present the image of a strong woman who has been oppressed, the picture of her real life with Harry appears to be reshaped from a completely different perspective, and this time, not by anonymous rumors, but by cold analysis from influential media sources, a picture no longer framed by emotion, but built from facts, numbers, and unanswered questions. The picture of Harry life in the United States is gradually becoming clearer, not from anonymous rumors, but from a long and measured analysis by the Wall Street Journal. What makes this article notable is not only its content, but the way it is constructed based on more than a dozen close sources, individuals believed to understand the internal situation. The piece does not attempt to create drama. It simply places the pieces together. And it is precisely that calm tone that makes the story more thought-provoking than ever. One of the most striking details is the distance between Harry and his family in the United Kingdom. According to what is mentioned, he and William have not spoken for 1,284 days. That number is not just time. It is a symbol of a near-complete fracture in a relationship once seen as inseparable. The two brothers who once stood side by side in every major and minor event now exist like parallel worlds, no longer intersecting, Meanwhile, Harry life in Montecito carries a very different tone from what many once imagined. There are no longer dense royal engagements, no longer tightly structured schedules. He is described as living a relatively private life. Days pass with taking care of his children, focusing on family, and trying to maintain a steady routine. But beneath that quiet surface lies a feeling the article describes as adrift and isolated, a sense of disconnection, as if he has not yet fully found his place in this new world. This becomes even more apparent when looking at what is happening with projects that were once expected to redefine his image. The Archwell Foundation, one of the most significant initiatives after leaving royal life, no longer holds the same momentum. Activities have become less frequent, media attention has declined, and questions about real impact have begun to surface. All of this creates the impression that the ambitious plans once announced are gradually losing energy. But perhaps what draws the most attention is the scenario the article subtly raises, a possibility that few previously wanted to discuss. If the marriage cannot be sustained, and if Harry chooses a new path, he will face very specific rules. Within the royal context, remarriage is not simply a personal decision. It involves procedures, protocols, and even approval from the head of the institution. In the future, that role will belong to William. This leads to a notable implication. In that scenario, current titles may no longer remain as they are, and that would mean the image built over many years would have to change. This is not a definitive claim, but a possibility being raised. Yet the fact that it is mentioned in such an analysis is enough to prompt public reflection. Signs of instability do not appear only in analysis. They also emerge in small details that carry deeper meaning. A trip to Jordan, where Harry's appearance was said to reflect a different state than before. The familiar confidence seemed absent, the ease in public interaction no longer apparent. Instead, there was a sense of restraint, as if he were carrying an invisible weight. Another detail mentioned is his personal network. Among those who once stood beside him on his wedding day, only a few remain in regular contact. This may be normal in anyone's life, but in the current context, it is seen as a sign of a shrinking circle, a social network becoming smaller, reflecting an internal state. All of these elements, when placed together, create a picture that is far from simple. It is not a story of right or wrong decisions. It is a story about the consequences of major choices, and how those choices continue to shape a life over time. When Harry stepped away from royal duties, he entered an entirely new journey. But that journey, as described, has not been easy. Notably, the article does not offer definitive conclusions. It does not say everything is collapsing, nor that a specific outcome is certain. Instead, it leaves behind a series of questions. Questions about the path forward, about the ability to adapt, and about whether what has been lost can ever be replaced. This uncertainty is what makes the story more compelling. In that context, every action, every decision becomes more significant than ever, not only because they affect personal life, but because they are observed and analyzed through a very different lens, a lens where every detail can become a signal, an indication of what may be happening behind the scenes. Looking at the broader picture, it becomes clear that Harry's story is no longer just part of a larger royal narrative. It has become a story of its own, with its own challenges, pressures, and questions. And within that story, clear answers are not always available. As Harry tries to adapt to his new life, he is also facing another reality, one unfolding in the courtroom, where testimony, details, and legal questions can create unpredictable consequences. And it is there that a new development has emerged, a statement from a female journalist, one that is said to have made the situation far more complex, and may open an entirely new chapter in this story. The trial between Harry and the Mirror Media Group was initially expected to be a turning point, a moment where he could reclaim control of his narrative. But what unfolded inside the courtroom proved far more complicated, and the unexpected center of attention was not the lawyers or the dense legal documents. It was the testimony of a journalist, Charlotte Griffiths. Charlotte is not an unfamiliar name in British media. As an editor-at-large at a major newspaper, she is known for her extensive experience, a deep understanding of how journalism operates, and especially the delicate boundary between private life and public information. What makes her testimony noteworthy is not only its content, but the personal credibility she brings into the courtroom. This is not an anonymous figure. This is someone who understands very clearly the weight of every word spoken under oath. When Charlotte began to speak, the atmosphere in the courtroom seemed to shift. No longer were there dry arguments about legal technicalities. Instead, there was a story that was specific, detailed, and highly personal. She recalled that in the year 2011, Harry had reached out to her directly through Facebook, not through official channels, not through a communications team, but through a personal message. According to her account, in that message, Harry shared his phone number and invited her to attend an all-night party just before the Trooping the Color event. This is not a minor detail. It paints a very different image from how Harry is often presented to the public. A more approachable image, but also one that appears less controlled. A person willing to connect directly without intermediaries. But what made this testimony particularly striking was a specific detail. Charlotte stated that Harry called her at 2:50 in the morning, a time when most people are asleep. And it was this detail that drew attention in the courtroom, not because of the call itself, but because it raised questions about the relationship between Harry and the press. Is it truly a completely adversarial relationship, as he has often claimed? Or have there been moments when the boundary between the two sides became far more blurred? Charlotte did not stop there. She continued by offering another example to support her argument. She explained that she had known about Kate's pregnancy very early, before the news became public, but instead of publishing it, she chose to remain silent. The reason was simple. It was personal information, and releasing it could have affected her relationship with the source. This detail may seem unrelated, but it plays a crucial role. It shows that Charlotte is not a journalist who publishes everything simply to attract attention. She understands the difference between public information and private life, and that is precisely what makes her testimony more credible in the eyes of many. In response to these statements, Harry's legal team attempted to push back. Their strategy focused on technical elements in an effort to weaken the reliability of her testimony. Small details were analyzed. Gaps in memory were explored. But according to many observations, this effort did not achieve the intended effect, because the story Charlotte presented was not based on memory alone. It was delivered with consistency, logic, and above all, the confidence of someone who believes in what she is saying. What made the situation even more tense was the legal context surrounding it. In a courtroom, every statement is made under oath, and that means if anyone deliberately provides false information, they may face a very serious charge. Perjury. This is not a minor risk. It is a legal consequence that could completely alter a person's career. And for that reason, when Charlotte delivered her testimony, she was not simply telling a story. She was placing her personal reputation, her career, and her legal responsibility on the line. That is why many believe she would not take such a risk without a solid foundation. All of these developments created a turning point in how the public views the trial. At first, it was seen as a battle between an individual and a powerful media system. But when testimonies like this emerged, it began to evolve into a more complex conversation about the relationship between celebrities and the press. A relationship that is not always clearly defined as conflict or cooperation, but sometimes exists in a difficult-to-define gray area. What is notable is that the details presented are not sensational in the traditional sense. There are no sweeping accusations, no dramatic revelations in the usual way. Yet it is precisely their specificity and ordinariness that make them more convincing. A message, a call in the early morning, an invitation to a party. Small pieces that, when placed together, form a completely different picture. And that is what places Harry in a difficult position. Because to counter a story like this requires more than legal arguments. It requires another narrative strong enough to replace it. And in the current context, that is far from easy. As the trial continues, it becomes clear that what is unfolding does not only affect the legal outcome, it also shapes how the public perceives the entire story. What was once considered certain is now being questioned. What was once doubted is gaining more ground. In that environment, every word, every detail can become decisive, not only for the trial, but for the long-term image of those involved. A small mistake can be magnified. A seemingly minor detail can become the focal point. In the end, what remains is not only the question of who is right or wrong, it is a larger question. Where does the truth truly lie in a world where every story is told from multiple perspectives? And whether the public can ever see the full picture, or only approach it through fragmented pieces arranged in very different ways. Everything we have just followed is no longer a series of isolated details. It is a chain of events connecting more clearly over time. From the concept of the yacht girl emerging from the gray corners of the internet into mainstream media, to the wave of controversy surrounding the girl's weekend being seen as a disguised profit model, then to the cold analysis of Harry's life in the United States, where he is described as adrift, isolated, and gradually losing connection with his own family. And finally, to the courtroom, where seemingly small testimonies carry enough weight to challenge the entire narrative he is trying to defend. Those four pieces, when placed side by side, do not simply form a picture. They form a trajectory, a direction in which an image, once carefully constructed, is beginning to crack. Questions that were once avoided are now being asked openly. Details once dismissed as rumor are now appearing on credible platforms. And most importantly, it is no longer easy to control the narrative in the old way. Looking at the full sequence of events, a clear shift can be seen. Meghan no longer stands as a protected symbol shielded from criticism. Instead, she has become the center of intense debate about motives, about the construction of image, and about whether the story the public once believed truly reflects reality. At the same time, Harry no longer holds the initiative. What is unfolding in the courtroom shows that he is facing challenges that are not always within his control. And when these two stories intersect, they create a scenario that few once dared to imagine. A future in which this relationship may face greater pressure than ever before, a possibility that, while not confirmed, is being mentioned more frequently in serious analysis. Perhaps the strongest assessment at this moment is this: Meghan is in freefall in her own image battle. Harry appears to be waking up, but possibly too late, and the British royal family, though not speaking directly, is witnessing one of the most tragic chapters in its modern history. But the story is not over, and you are the one who will decide how to see it. Where do you think this is heading? Will Harry return to his family and his past? How long can Meghan maintain her current image? Leave your comment below and share your thoughts. Do not forget to like, share, and subscribe so you do not miss the latest updates. Thank you for watching. The truth always finds a way to emerge, no matter how long it takes. A man who once dreamed of a very different life. Not the cold ceremonies of the royal world, not the flashes of cameras that never fade, but a peaceful home in Africa, the laughter of children echoing through the wild. A simple family, yet complete. But now, that dream is only a memory, Prince Harry is said to be heartbroken as Chelsea Davy welcomes her third child. And, at the same time, his marriage is rumored to be facing serious strain. In March 2026, Chelsea Davy quietly welcomed her third child, a healthy baby boy named Finn, a life that many believe Harry once longed for. Stable, private, and filled with the laughter of family. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Harry's story seems to be moving in the opposite direction. Rumors about his marriage to Meghan Markle are growing more intense. Arguments, financial pressure, projects that fail to meet expectations, and most notably, disagreements about whether to return to Britain or not. The book Betrayal by Tom Bower has just been released like a new spark. It paints a darker picture than ever before. Money is no longer as abundant as it once was. Media deals are declining. And behind it all is a Harry who is said to be quietly drowning in unspoken regret. This is no longer a fairy tale. This is a modern royal tragedy. So the question is, does Harry truly regret losing Chelsea Davy? Or is this all just an exaggerated media storm? What do you think? Comment number 1 if you believe Harry still regrets Chelsea. Comment number 2 if you think he is still happy with Meghan. Stay with us, because every detail will be revealed right after this. Let us begin with the most recent news. A photo that seemed completely ordinary, yet caused a significant stir within the royal watching community. On Mother's Day in 2026, Chelsea Davy unexpectedly shared a happy moment with her 3 children. In her arms was a healthy baby boy, introduced as Finn. That is her third child. No grand statements, no official announcements, just a simple photo, but enough to make many people ask questions. And more importantly, enough to reopen a story that seemed to have been closed long ago. Because for Prince Harry, Chelsea Davy was not just an ex-girlfriend. She was once seen as the woman he truly wanted to spend his life with. Looking back, Chelsea's current life appears almost like a version of the dream Harry once spoke about. A large family, a relatively private life, and above all, the peace he always longed for but never managed to hold on to. Look at the numbers. In 2022, Chelsea welcomed her first child, Leo. 2 years later, in 2024, she gave birth to a baby girl named Chloe. And now, in 2026, Finn arrives, completing a family of 3 children that many would call ideal. 3 children in 4 years. A full and busy family rhythm, yet complete. And what stands out is that all of it happened quietly, almost without scandal, without the overwhelming media pressure that Harry once faced. Meanwhile, look at Harry himself. He and Meghan Markle now have 2 children, Archie and Lilibet. A small family, by modern standards, but what draws attention is something Harry once said. He clearly stated that having more than 2 children is irresponsible in the context of global climate change. That statement once sparked controversy, but now, placed next to the image of Chelsea happily surrounded by 3 children, it carries a very different meaning. Could it be that it was not only an environmental viewpoint, but also a compromise, a way to accept that his current life no longer resembles the dream he once had? Because if we go back in time, those who followed Harry and Chelsea's relationship know one thing. Harry once wanted a big family, not just 2 children, but 4, even 5. He spoke about living in Africa, leaving the royal system, leaving the rules behind, seeking a life close to nature, where children could grow up without constant scrutiny. And in that dream, the woman standing beside him was none other than Chelsea Davy. This was not a fleeting romance. It was a relationship that lasted for years. With breakups and reunions, a relationship deep enough for both to truly understand each other, and complicated enough that it could not reach a perfect ending. That is why when the news of Chelsea's third child appeared, it was not just a simple happy update. It felt like a mirror, reflecting what could have been and what never came to be. Some sources say Harry has seen that photo. No public reaction. No comment. But silence sometimes speaks louder than words. Because imagine being in his position. The woman who was part of your life for years. The woman who once stood at the center of your future plans. Now living the life you once dreamed of. But without you in it, that is not just regret. It is a kind of loss that is difficult to name. Meanwhile, Harry's current life appears to be under growing pressure. Media projects no longer create the same impact. Major deals are becoming quieter. And rumors of tension in his marriage to Meghan Markle continue to surface. The contrast between two worlds is becoming clearer. One side is stability, privacy, and natural growth. The other is pressure, attention, and unpredictable change. And it is precisely that contrast that makes the story more painful. Because sometimes, what haunts a person is not what they have lost. It is when they can clearly see that it still exists, still grows, still thrives in happiness. It simply no longer belongs to them. Chelsea's good news, therefore, is not just a milestone in her life. It unintentionally becomes a reminder, a very clear reminder of the path that Harry did not take, and that is exactly why. Behind what seems to be a warm family photo, there can be such an emotional story hidden within. But a bigger question still remains. Why did a relationship that was once so deep fail to reach a perfect ending? What caused Harry and Chelsea, despite being together for 7 years, to be unable to stay together? To understand that, we need to go back in time, return to the years when this relationship first began. And gradually, each detail will reveal a truth far more complex than what the public once knew. If we want to understand why the story between Prince Harry and Chelsea Davy still lingers to this day, we must return to the very beginning, not when they broke up, but when everything was still simple. In 2004, Harry met Chelsea during a trip to Africa. From the very start, this was not a kind of love bound by titles or status. According to those who closely followed the relationship, including biographer Angela Levin, what attracted Harry was not appearance or background, but Chelsea's personality. She was cheerful, natural. She never tried to become part of the royal world. And most importantly, she never demanded that Harry be a perfect prince. Chelsea loved animals. She loved the wild, and she felt at ease in Africa, the place Harry always considered his emotional refuge. In Harry's eyes, that was a rare connection. Someone who understood him, not because of who he was in title, but because of who he truly was. That is what kept the relationship going for 7 years. From 2004 to 2011, but what is important is that during those 7 years, their path was not a straight line. It was an on and off relationship. They broke up, they got back together, and then they broke up again. But each time they returned, the feelings seemed to remain intact. You could call it passion, or you could call it a kind of bond that neither of them could fully let go of. However, that very freedom in the relationship became a double-edged sword. When Chelsea left to attend university, distance began to appear. Not only geographical distance, but a distance in lifestyle. While Chelsea focused on her studies and building her own life, Harry was still drawn into a cycle of parties, friends, and pressure from the media. And then, the inevitable happened. According to many sources, Harry did not remain faithful during that time. Rumors of his involvement with other women began to surface. At first, they were only whispers, but gradually, they became something Chelsea could no longer ignore. That was the turning point. Because for someone like Chelsea, love was not something to be shared. She could accept pressure. She could accept media attention. But she could not accept betrayal. And this time, when she left, things were no longer the same as before. No more coming back. No more second chances. There is a phrase that many have repeated when speaking about this relationship. Poor her, not poor him. It is not just an emotional statement, it is a rather direct assessment, because if you look at the entire story, the fault did not lie with Chelsea. She remained true to herself from beginning to end. She did not change to fit into the royal world, but she also never demanded that Harry change for her. On the other hand, it was Harry who could not maintain stability, who could not offer a clear commitment, and in the end, it was he who broke the relationship he once valued the most. The irony is that at that time, Harry may not have realized what he had lost. He continued his life, continued appearing in public, continued with other relationships, and eventually, he met Meghan Markle. Meanwhile, Chelsea chose a completely different path. She stepped away from the spotlight, built her own career, and more importantly, built a life that she could control. No drama, no controversial interviews, no tense appearances in front of the media. Just a normal life, but a stable one. And it is that stability that has led to the present. A family with 3 children, a private husband, and a life that many would call ideal. What is notable is that, according to those close to her, Chelsea shows no sign of regret about the past. No suggestive statements. No gestures that bring back old memories. She has truly moved on. And perhaps that is the biggest difference between the two. Because while Chelsea has closed that door, Harry seems, at times, to still look back. Not always clearly, not always publicly, but at certain moments, the old story resurfaces, especially when his current life encounters problems. It is a fairly common psychological pattern. When the present does not meet expectations, people tend to idealize the past. They remember the good things, and sometimes forget why everything ended. But in Harry's case, that past is not just a memory. It is a possibility that once existed, a life he could have had if he had made different choices, and that is what makes the story heavier. Because this is not about losing someone who was not right. This is about losing a relationship that many believe could have lasted, if not for mistakes from Harry himself. When placed side by side, the contrast becomes even clearer. On one side is Chelsea, stable, private, happy with her family. On the other side is Harry, still at the center of media attention, still facing controversy, and especially surrounded by rumors about his marriage. It is this contrast that leads many to ask a question. Is Harry looking back at the past truly driven by emotion? Or is it simply a natural reaction when the present does not meet expectations? Because if a person is truly happy, they rarely look back with regret, and that is the key point. If Harry were truly satisfied with his current life, if his marriage were truly solid, then the story of Chelsea would likely be nothing more than a distant memory. But reality does not appear to be that simple. Rumors of conflict, financial pressure, and disagreements over future direction continue to surface. And each time those rumors rise, the name Chelsea Davy is mentioned again, like a comparison, like a question that has never been clearly answered. So what is really happening inside the marriage between Harry and Meghan Markle? Is it truly as strong as what they have presented to the public? Or is there an entirely different story behind it? Look at the way they build their image, their messaging, their interviews, their media projects, because sometimes the truth does not lie in what is said, but in how it is told. If you only look at what is being presented publicly, you might think that everything in the world of Prince Harry and Meghan Markle is still running smoothly. But when you begin to peel back each layer of information, a very different picture starts to emerge. Let us begin with a recent article by journalist Richard Palmer. In it, the image presented is of a couple that remains highly successful. They are said to have as many as 5 projects in development with Netflix. Income is still stable, and Harry continues to maintain roles in various charitable activities. From the Invictus Games to African parks. On the surface, it sounds like a perfect story. A post-royal life filled with freedom, strong finances, and continued global influence. But the issue is this: is it truly the full picture, or just a carefully selected version presented to the public? Because, when compared with other sources, cracks begin to appear. First is the story of Netflix. The $100 million deal was once seen as their biggest turning point after leaving the royal family. But according to multiple sources, much of that value was not paid up front in cash, but depended on the performance of their projects. And reality shows that not every project has succeeded. Some programs failed to meet expectations. Some ideas were delayed or canceled, and most importantly, there is no longer clear evidence of another major deal on a similar scale. In other words, income from Netflix is no longer the stable flow it once appeared to be. Next is the Archwell organization. Initially introduced as an ambitious charity and media platform, but in recent times, there have been multiple reports suggesting that it has undergone restructuring. Staff have been reduced, some key positions have left, and activity is no longer as vibrant as in the early years. This is not a sign of an organization that is rapidly growing. On the contrary, it suggests a system that is adjusting in order to survive. The book Betrayal by Tom Bauer also adds more clarity to this picture. According to it, their financial situation is no longer as comfortable as before. The cost of maintaining their lifestyle is high. Projects are not generating proportional income, and financial pressure is becoming a factor that cannot be ignored. But perhaps the most controversial detail lies with Harry himself. According to the article, he spends about 3 hours each week on charitable activities. It sounds reasonable, but look closer. Harry is currently a patron or involved with multiple organizations. If those 3 hours are divided evenly, each organization receives only about half an hour per week, 30 minutes. That number has led many to question whether that truly reflects the level of commitment expected from someone who once represented the royal family. And notably, there was a time before when he spent only about 1 hour per week on similar activities. The increase from 1 hour to 3 hours is presented as progress. But when placed in the broader context, it reveals a different reality, that the actual level of engagement may not be as deep as the image being presented. Angela Levin, who has studied Harry closely, also offers a striking perspective. She suggests that Harry has been in a prolonged state of dissatisfaction, a sense of discontent with his current life, even if everything appears fine on the surface. According to her, Harry often falls into a pattern of self-pity, a mindset in which he consistently sees himself as a victim of circumstances. Poor me. It is not just a phrase. It reflects a psychological state, and when a person remains in that state for a long time, it can influence every decision, from work and finances to personal relationships. When all of these pieces are put together, a very different picture begins to emerge. No longer a story of remarkable success after leaving the royal family, but a journey filled with volatility, with projects that have not met expectations, an organization forced to restructure, and an individual facing pressure both internally and externally. This does not mean that everything they have done has failed. But clearly, it is not as simple as what is presented in promotional narratives. And that is the key point. In today's media landscape, stories are not told by facts alone. They are shaped by how those facts are selected and presented. A piece of information may be true, but without context, it can create a completely different impression. And in the case of Harry and Meghan, it appears that the public is being shown a carefully edited version, a version that emphasizes success, downplays difficulties, and avoids difficult questions. But the more the narrative is controlled, the more contradictions begin to appear, because reality always finds a way to surface. From underperforming projects, organizational changes, to signs of financial and psychological pressure, all of these point in the same direction, that behind the polished image lies a far more complex reality. And it is that complexity that makes the story compelling, because this is not just the story of a famous couple, It is a story about leaving a system, seeking freedom, and confronting unforeseen consequences, but what we are seeing may only be the tip of the iceberg, because to fully understand this story, we cannot look only at the present. We need to go back to the past, back to the time when everything began, when Harry was still part of the royal family, when expectations placed on him were very different, and especially the stories surrounding Princess Diana. There has been a rumor that has existed for many years, that Diana once called Harry by a special name, Good King Harry. It is only a rumor, but it raises a significant question. Was Harry once expected to become a different kind of figure, to follow a different path from what we see today? And if so, what caused everything to turn in a completely different direction? There is a story that has circulated for years. A story intriguing enough, controversial enough, and open to many interpretations, that Princess Diana once called her younger son Good King Harry. At first glance, that phrase carries strong meaning. It suggests that Diana once believed Harry could become king. In some versions, it is even taken further, that she did not fully trust Prince William, that she saw something more special in Harry. But when examining the origins of the story, things are not so simple. Journalist Richard Kay, one of those close to Diana, has mentioned the phrase, but context is crucial. According to him, Diana was concerned that William, with his sensitive and somewhat reserved personality, might feel pressure about becoming king in the future. In private moments, she would sometimes joke that Harry could be a good king, but it was not a serious prediction, and certainly not a plan to replace the heir. In reality, if you look at how Diana raised her two sons, a very different picture appears. She clearly understood William's role as the elder son, as the heir to the throne. His path was almost predetermined, and rather than trying to change that, Diana focused on helping William prepare psychologically for the responsibilities ahead. With Harry, however, her approach was different. From a young age, Harry was described as energetic, impulsive, even somewhat naughty. He could be quick-tempered, struggled to control his emotions, and sometimes acted without fully thinking through the consequences. Diana recognized this, and she did not ignore it. There were periods when she took Harry to see specialists, not because he had a serious problem, but because she wanted to help him better understand and manage his emotions. This shows something very clearly. Diana did not see Harry as an alternative to William. On the contrary, she understood that Harry needed to be guided along a different path, a supporting role, a position behind the scenes, yet still important. And that is exactly the model the British royal family has maintained for generations. The heir and the supporter, when the phrase Good King Harry is placed in that context, its meaning changes completely. It is no longer a declaration, but simply a light-hearted remark, perhaps even a way to ease pressure on William. But over time, this story has been distorted. In articles, in discussions, and especially in narratives that aim to protect Harry's image. This phrase is taken out of context. It is used as evidence that Harry was once valued more highly, that he had the potential to become a better king, and from that, a new story is built. A story in which Harry is not only the one who was treated unfairly, but also the one who was deprived of a role he deserved. But when you look at reality, that story does not hold. Prince William, who was once said to be anxious about his role, now presents a completely different image. He is stable, confident, and most importantly, comfortable in his position. His marriage to Catherine has given him a solid foundation, a balanced family, and an image that the public easily accepts. William is no longer the reserved boy he once was. He has grown into his role. Meanwhile, Harry's path has taken a different direction. After his time in the military, he had an opportunity to redefine his role within the royal family. Many believed that was the period when Harry could build a positive image, an active supporter, close to the public. But instead of fully using that opportunity, Harry gradually became dissatisfied, a sense of being treated unfairly, a feeling of always standing behind. And over time, that feeling became part of the way he views the world, not as a supporter, but as someone who is overlooked. And when a person begins to see everything through that lens, every event can be interpreted in a negative way. That is when stories like Good King Harry become dangerous, because they reinforce a belief that things should have been different. But reality is not like that. Harry was not deprived of a chance to become king, because that opportunity never existed. His role, from the very beginning, was shaped in a different direction, and objectively speaking, it was not a lesser role. Many members of the royal family throughout history have built significant influence without needing the throne. The issue is not the role itself, but how that role is perceived, and it is that difference in perception that leads to different choices. William accepts his position and grows within it. Harry resists his position and seeks to create a path of his own. There is no absolute right or wrong. But clearly, the two paths have led to very different outcomes. And when looking back, stories from the past are no longer just memories. They become tools to explain the present, or in some cases, to justify the present. But the story does not end there, because tension within the royal family is not something new. It has existed for a long time. It is just expressed in different ways at different times. One of the most memorable recent moments was the walkabout after the Queen's funeral, a moment that appeared to symbolize unity, but in reality contained many unspoken tensions. If anyone still believed that tensions within the royal family were only rumors, the walkabout after the Queen's funeral made things clearer than ever. It should have been an image of unity. Two couples standing side by side, Prince William and Catherine, Prince Harry and Meghan Markle, stepping out together before the public at a deeply emotional moment, but the reality was very different. According to a lip reader featured on Channel 5, what happened in that moment was far from smooth. As the two couples prepared to step out, William was said to have asked a question that surprised many. "Why are we together?" A short question, but filled with tension. Meghan's response was also notable. "Not today," a deflecting answer, as if she did not want to argue at that moment, but also did not truly resolve the issue. Meanwhile, Catherine was said to have stepped in. "Stop it. Stop arguing." Just 3 sentences, but enough to paint a heavy atmosphere behind the scenes. And that was not all. There were reports that Meghan kept the group waiting for nearly 45 minutes before appearing. The reason given was that she needed more time to prepare. But in that context, the delay was perceived very differently. It was no longer a personal matter, but an issue of coordination, of placing personal preference above a collective event. The walkabout thus became a symbol, not of reconciliation, but of cracks that had never been repaired. And if you think that was only an isolated incident, consider another example. Meghan's speech at One Young World in 2022. It was a major stage, an opportunity to inspire, a moment that many expected would deliver positive messages about community, change, and shared values. But what drew attention was the way Meghan told her story. I, and I. The repeated use of personal pronouns became an unintended focal point. Instead of centering on a collective message, the speech gradually turned into a personal narrative. According to a source from the organizing team, the backstage reaction was not positive. Someone was even reported to have said that she ruined it. It was a blunt remark, and a harsh one, but it reflects an issue that has been raised for a long time. Angela Levin is one of those who has pointed it out. According to her, Meghan tends to place herself at the center of every story, an approach she describes simply as me, me, me. It is not without reason. From interviews, media projects, to public appearances, Meghan's image is often tied to personal storytelling, her own experiences, her own emotions. That is not wrong, But when repeated too often, it creates an impression that the people around her, the organizations she represents, even the larger causes, all become a backdrop for that personal narrative. And when placed in the context of Mexit, this approach begins to reveal its limitations. After leaving the royal family, Harry and Meghan wanted to build a new image: independent, self-directed, and globally influential. But to achieve that, they need more than personal stories. They need connection, empathy, and the ability to place themselves within a larger picture. When that does not happen, projects begin to lose their appeal. Messages no longer create the level of impact that was expected, and gradually, cracks begin to appear. From small moments like a walkabout to major events like international speeches, all of it leads to the same question: does the problem lie in the circumstances or in the way they choose to respond to those circumstances? Because when looking back at the entire story, from the past with Chelsea Davy to the present with Meghan Markle, from dreams that never came true to controversies that have yet to fade, one thing becomes clear: not everything is determined by fate. Sometimes it is the choices people make and the way they tell their own story that shape the outcome. And when all the pieces are put together, the final picture becomes clearer than ever. From the most recent heartbreak, as Chelsea Davy happily welcomes her third child, a full and peaceful family, exactly like the dream Prince Harry once held, to the present reality, where his marriage to Meghan Markle is constantly surrounded by rumors of strain, from narratives built like a form of propaganda about post-royal success, with major projects and abundant income, to the gradual emergence of the truth behind it, projects falling short of expectations, organizations forced to restructure, and financial pressure that can no longer be ignored. From memories of the past, such as the rumor that Princess Diana once called her son Good King Harry, to how those details have been distorted to create a completely different story. A story that portrays Harry as someone deprived of opportunity, rather than recognizing the role he always had. And then, the moments of tension in the present, the walkabout after the Queen's funeral, the looks, the brief but loaded remarks, or speeches where personal ego overshadows the shared message. None of these are isolated events anymore. They connect into a logical chain. A man who once had everything, yet continues to look back at what he has lost. A present life filled with pressure, making the past appear more beautiful in memory, and a sense of dissatisfaction that never seems to fully disappear. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chelsea Davy chose a completely different path. No noise, no display, but stability, a large family, a private life, and perhaps a kind of peace that not everyone can easily achieve. As for Harry and Meghan, rumors of a divorce in 2026 continue to surface, especially surrounding disagreements about whether to return to Britain or not. Are they just rumors, or signs of something deeper? Perhaps the answer does not lie in a single event, but in the entire journey we have just revisited. Because in the end, this story is not only about royalty, it is about choices. And the consequences of those choices. Royal life has never truly been a fairy tale. And sometimes, the one who got away is the closest version of happiness a person once had within reach. So what do you think? Does Prince Harry truly have regrets? Comment number 1 if you believe he still regrets Chelsea. Comment number 2 if you think he is happy with Meghan. Do not forget to like, subscribe, and turn on notifications so you do not miss the next royal drama stories. Thank you for watching, and see you in the next video. In the late night of the 9th of March, in the pitch-dark corridors of Buckingham Palace, where every stone holds centuries of secrets, a shadow moved silently toward the tightly locked room. No sound, no echo of footsteps, only a racing heartbeat in the darkness. The safe opened in silence, and just 7 minutes later, a document worth tens of millions of pounds disappeared. No fingerprints, no cameras captured it, no clear evidence at all. But what shook the entire royal family was not the theft itself, but the name mentioned first. The prime suspect was Queen Camilla. A theft that seemed impossible had occurred right at the heart of the most heavily guarded power center in England. Not a professional thief from outside, not a random break-in. Every sign pointed to a far more terrifying scenario. A conspiracy from within, a power struggle hidden behind royal smiles, and possibly betrayal from those closest to the throne. What is notable is that this is not a baseless story circulating on social media. This is a real incident, referenced in internal reports, never before seen by the public. More than £50 million were at risk. The honor of the royal family was on the line. And the secrets, if exposed, could shake the entire monarchy. So, the question arises, was Camilla truly the mastermind behind it all? Or was she merely a pawn in a much larger scheme? What do you think? Comment 1 if you suspect Camilla. 2 if you believe she is innocent. And right now, we will step into a 30-minute journey uncovering the full truth. The morning of the 10th of March began like any other day at Buckingham Palace. Weak light filtered through tall windows, reflecting off the long, cold corridors. Security staff changed shifts, checking each area with near-perfect precision. None of them imagined that in just a few minutes, a discovery would send the entire royal security system into the highest state of alert. Around 7:20 in the morning, a veteran security officer entered the private quarters of Princess Anne. This area was classified at the highest security level, accessible to only a select few. At first, everything seemed completely normal. The door showed no signs of forced entry. The lock was intact, but the moment he stepped inside, he immediately stopped. The air in the room felt wrong. The safe, which was always sealed completely and checked twice daily, stood wide open. No signs of tampering. No alarms had been triggered overnight. The heavy metal door had opened quietly, as if by itself. In that moment, the officer realized this was no ordinary incident. This was an unprecedented situation. Within minutes, the entire area was sealed off. The senior security team was called urgently. All camera footage was reviewed frame by frame. But what sent chills down their spines was not what they saw, but what they did not see. No images captured a break-in. No one appeared unusually in the corridors overnight. No alerts came from the sensor system. Everything was perfect to a terrifying degree. When the safe was inventoried, the true shock emerged. A classified document, marked top secret, had disappeared. It was not a piece of jewelry, not a symbolic item. It was a detailed financial dossier concerning the transfer of more than £50 million from the King's private fund, a document not only of enormous monetary value, but also containing sensitive information about the royal family's internal financial structure. If this information fell into the wrong hands, the consequences would go far beyond financial loss. It could trigger political scandal, power disputes, and even shake public trust in the entire institution. The question arose immediately. How could such an important document vanish without leaving a trace? Security experts quickly reached a terrifying conclusion. The perpetrator was not an outsider. This was not a break-in. This was an action carried out by someone who knew every layer of palace security. Someone who knew the safe's exact code, knew when surveillance was least observed, knew the movements of royal family members and security staff. In other words, this was an inside job, a betrayal from within. The deeper the investigation went, the darker the picture became. Those with access to this area could be counted on one hand, and all of them held extremely sensitive positions. Names began to be listed, checked, and cross-referenced, but each name revealed a complex web of relationships. where loyalty and ambition sometimes no longer had clear boundaries. No one spoke it aloud, but everyone understood. This was not just a theft. This could be the beginning of a much larger crisis. Meanwhile, information about the incident was kept strictly confidential from the public. Not a single line leaked outside. But inside the palace, the atmosphere had changed completely. Suspicion crept into every conversation. Watching eyes appeared even among those who had once trusted each other implicitly. A silent question echoed in the minds of everyone involved. If someone could take a document worth more than £50 million without leaving a trace, what else could they do? And more importantly, what was their true purpose? To understand why this document was so important, and why it could become the focal point of a major conspiracy, we need to go back just a few days to understand why the disappearance of this dossier carried such weight. We must rewind time to just a few days earlier. In a private room deep inside Buckingham Palace. It was a quiet afternoon, but the atmosphere was unusually heavy. No assistants, no secretaries, no recording or note-taking devices were allowed in the room. Only two women, sitting opposite each other, with a secret that could change the course of the entire royal family. Princess Anne arrived first. She stood by the window, gazing out over the gardens behind the palace, but her mind was clearly elsewhere. When the door opened softly, Catherine entered. There were no elaborate greetings as usually expected, only a slight nod. Enough for both to understand that this meeting was far from ordinary. Anne broke the silence first. Her voice was calm but firm, carrying the weight of a responsibility she could share with no one else. She spoke of a decision recently made at the highest level, a decision even many royal family members were not aware of. King Charles had secretly entrusted her with a special task, to transfer a massive sum, from 50 to 60 million pounds, from the King's private fund to Catherine for management, not for personal spending, not for familiar royal ceremonies, but for a purpose much greater. It was a long-term strategy, an effort to reshape the image of the monarchy in the eyes of the modern public. The funds would be used for large-scale charitable projects, initiatives with the potential for real impact, not only in England but globally. And Catherine, with her approachable, youthful image and public admiration, was seen as the most suitable person to lead it. But because of that importance, everything had to remain completely confidential. Anne explained the reasoning clearly. If this information leaked too soon, it could be misunderstood. The public might think the monarchy was trying to buy influence. The press could spin it negatively. Worse, outside forces could attempt to intervene, manipulate, or sabotage the plan before it even began. Catherine listened silently. Her expression shifted gradually, from surprise to contemplation, and finally to determination. She understood the responsibility placed upon her. This was not merely a financial task. It was a test of trust, leadership, and her role in the future of the monarchy. Anne placed a dossier on the table. It was the same dossier that would later disappear. Inside were all the details of the transfer, figures, terms, allocation plans, everything encrypted and secured at the highest level. Even a small mistake could lead to unpredictable consequences. The two women discussed matters for nearly an hour. They spoke of strategy, risks, and how to maintain secrecy in an environment where every eye followed their every step. No notes were kept, no other witnesses. When the meeting concluded, Catherine left first, carrying a heavy but hopeful responsibility. Anne stayed a few more minutes. She placed the dossier in the safe in her private room, locking it herself, an action that seemed simple, but it was the final step in protecting a secret worth tens of millions of pounds. Everything seemed perfectly controlled, but what neither of them knew was that during their conversation, every word, every important detail, might not have remained secure, somewhere, out of their sight. There was a silent presence, an ear listening, someone who knew exactly what to look for. And when the moment came, that person would not miss the opportunity. What neither of them realized was that an ear was eavesdropping on everything they said. From the outside, Queen Camilla always appeared calm, controlled, and authoritative, a woman who had weathered many storms to reach the highest position alongside the king. But behind the palace doors, where no cameras and no ceremonial smiles existed, the story was entirely different. A story of worry, of pressure, and above all, the fear of being replaced. In recent months, the name Catherine had appeared ever more frequently in the media. The public called her a symbol of a modern monarchy. Her charitable projects were praised. Every appearance drew more attention than anyone else in the family. Even internally, her influence was growing noticeably. And for Camilla, this was not merely a generational shift. It was a real threat, because in the monarchy, power does not come solely from titles. It comes from control of the image, control of finances, and most importantly, control of decisions that shape the future. When information about the private meeting between Princess Anne and Catherine began to reach Camilla, at first she considered it a routine exchange, but her intuition warned her that something much larger was happening. Something she was not supposed to know, and it was precisely being left out of the loop that made Camilla unable to remain idle. No one knew exactly how. But on that day, Camilla found a way to access the information she needed, perhaps through a forgotten device, perhaps through an intermediary within the service network, or simply a small gap in the security network that seemed flawless. But the result was undeniable. She had heard the entire conversation, every number, every plan, every detail about the 50 to 60 million pounds, and most importantly, she understood its true significance. It was not merely a charitable project, it was a strategic move to transfer influence, a way to place Catherine at the center of the royal future. If the plan succeeded, Catherine's soft power would increase considerably, and in that case, Camilla's role would gradually be overshadowed. In that moment, a decision formed, not a direct confrontation, not an official prevention, but an action in the shadows, a move subtle enough that no one could trace its origin, but strong enough to disrupt the entire plan before it could unfold. Camilla could not carry it out herself, and she knew that any trace directly linked to her would be a disaster, so she chose the safest route. Through an intermediary, someone outside the royal family, no obvious connection, someone capable of linking to the outside world without arousing suspicion. The contact was made quickly and discreetly. No messages, no direct calls, only signals transmitted through multiple layers of intermediaries. And the mission was clear: retrieve the dossier from Princess Anne's safe. Nothing more, nothing less. Leave no trace. The intermediary understood this was no ordinary task, and to ensure success, he approached a well-known name in the underground world: Victor Kane. Victor was no ordinary thief. He was an expert in trace-free break-ins, jobs that even the most advanced security systems could not detect. His record was nearly empty. No criminal convictions, no clear identity, but in the underworld, the name alone was enough to make many wary. When he received the offer, Victor asked few questions, only one: what is the target? And when he learned it was a safe inside Buckingham Palace, he remained silent for a few seconds. Then he nodded. The plan was laid out with near-perfect precision. The break-in would occur on the night of the 9th of March, a time when the palace's movement schedule was least variable. The camera system would be monitored, but Victor had a way to avoid every frame, not by disabling it, but by never appearing in the shot. He had the safe's code. He had the layout of the area, and most importantly, he had information about when no one would be present in the room. That night, everything went according to plan. Victor moved through the palace like a shadow. No sound, no trace, He opened the door without breaking the lock, approached the safe, entered the code, took the exact dossier, touched nothing else. Within minutes, the task was complete. But in the very moment of leaving, a small mistake occurred, a detail seemingly insignificant, yet decisive. Victor did not close the safe door, perhaps in haste, perhaps overconfident in the perfection of the plan, or simply a rare moment of negligence in his near-flawless career. But the consequence was unchangeable. The safe door was left open. A single sign, but enough to shatter perfection. The next morning, when the security staff discovered it, everything began to change. An investigation was triggered, questions were asked, and layer by layer, the secrets began to unravel. The plan, once thought flawless and built on silence and absolute control, had begun to show its first cracks. And that small mistake opened the door to a confrontation no one could have anticipated. The plan seemed perfect, but that tiny error opened the door to Anne and Catherine's investigation. As soon as she discovered the safe wide open and the dossier missing, Princess Anne realized time was no longer on her side. But instead of launching a public investigation that could cause panic, she made a bolder decision: keep everything silent, and involve only one other person in the secret, Catherine. Their meeting was quick. No ceremony. No delay. When Anne explained everything, Catherine did not show panic. On the contrary, her eyes grew colder than ever. This was no longer a simple assigned responsibility. This was a battle she had to join. And if they erred, the consequences would extend beyond money. The first thing they did was access the internal camera system. But instead of making an official request, they used a private channel known to very few. The footage from the night of the 9th of March was extracted. Every frame was slowed down and analyzed in meticulous detail. At first, everything appeared completely normal. The corridors were empty. No unusual movement. No stranger in sight. But then Catherine was the first to notice something amiss. A gap. A missing segment of data lasting exactly 7 minutes. It was not a camera turned off. It was not a signal interrupted. It was a period that simply did not exist within the system. 7 minutes. Exactly the time required for a professional to complete a full break-in. Anne said nothing. But she understood clearly what it meant. This person did not just know the system. He had manipulated it. A level of knowledge that could only come from inside or from an extremely precise source. They moved on to the next step. Interrogation. Not in the official way. No interrogation rooms. No recordings. Only private conversations disguised as routine checks. Each security staff member, each servant with access to the area, was called in. Questions were asked gently. But no reaction went unnoticed. Most revealed nothing of note, until a small detail began to emerge. One staff member recalled that on that night, he had sensed something strange in the east corridor. Not a sound, not a sight, but a feeling difficult to explain, as if someone had passed through, leaving no clear trace. That information led Anne and Catherine back to the scene. This time, they did not just look. They observed every centimeter of the floor, every corner of the walls, every detail a normal eye might miss, and then they found it. A very faint footprint, almost invisible unless viewed under special light. Not the type of shoes used by palace staff, matching none on the official list. At the same time, another discovery was made: a strand of hair caught on the edge of the table near the safe. Not belonging to Anne, not belonging to anyone regularly in the room. 2 small pieces of evidence, but enough to change the course of the investigation. The samples were sent for analysis through a secure channel. No official record, no administrative trace, and the results returned faster than expected. Both the footprint and the DNA from the hair led to a single name: Victor Kane. The moment the name appeared, the room grew heavy with tension. Anne had heard of him. A man who executed trace-free operations. And if he had truly been in the palace, it could mean only one thing. Someone had brought him in. What happened next was swift and decisive. No announcements, no prior warning. Victor was apprehended in an anonymous apartment in the outskirts of London. When restrained, he did not resist. He remained silent, observing, as if anticipating this very moment. The interrogation began that very night. At first, Victor said nothing. He remained silent, eyes cold, as if no question concerned him. But Anne was not easily fooled. She did not threaten. She did not force in the usual way. She simply presented the evidence, one by one. Precise, irrefutable, the footprint, the hair, the 7-minute gap. Each detail was like a cut, gradually breaking Victor's shell of silence. And then he began to speak. Not much, but enough. He admitted to the break-in, admitted to taking the dossier. But when asked who was behind it, he gave only one name, Marcus. No surname, no title, just a name. But to Anne, that was more than enough. Marcus was no stranger. He was one of Camilla's closest aides, a man always present at her important events. Someone trusted absolutely. In that moment, all the pieces began to fall into place. Information leaked. The intruder had insider knowledge. An intermediary could access the outside world. And a name connected to the center of power. Catherine looked at Anne. No words were needed. Both understood what they were facing. This was no longer a single theft. This was an organized conspiracy. And possibly, it led straight to someone they never thought they would confront. But they also understood something else. From this moment on, every step had to be taken with extreme caution. One small mistake could bury the truth forever. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the palace, someone began to realize that the net was tightening, and that person would not sit idly by. But Camilla did not sit idly waiting to be exposed. As the first signs of the investigation began to appear, Queen Camilla understood that everything was slipping out of control. She did not need direct reports to realize it. She only needed to observe how the security staff changed their duty schedules, how some areas were restricted, and especially the unusual silence from Princess Anne. All of it pointed to one thing. They knew more than they were supposed to. Camilla's first reaction was not anger. It was panic, not the kind of panic shown outwardly, but a violent undercurrent within. She understood fully the gravity of the situation. If the connection between Victor, Marcus, and herself were exposed, the consequences would be irreparable. Not just reputation, not just position, but her entire existence within the royal family. And so, she acted. The first order was given discreetly. Marcus had to disappear from view, not to leave the royal family, but to be transferred to a different position, less noticed, less involved in internal affairs, a change disguised as a routine personnel move. But to those who understood, it was a severing of ties. Next was the camera system. Camilla knew the 7-minute gap had been discovered, but she also knew that not all the data was in Anne and Catherine's hands. There were still recordings, system logs that could be further exploited, and if someone patient enough tried, they could trace how the system had been tampered with. So, an unofficial order was sent. Delete part of the data. Not all, as that would be too obvious. Only carefully selected segments. Enough to obscure traces. Enough to create confusion during analysis. At the same time, another strategy was activated. Rumors. Within 24 hours, a story began circulating inside the palace. That perhaps this was an external break-in, that a professional criminal group had found a way past security, that this was a vulnerability to be fixed, not a betrayal from within. The story did not appear in the press. Not yet. But it seeped into conversations. Hallways. Staff lounges. And just as Camilla predicted, it began to create distraction. When there are too many hypotheses, the truth becomes harder to grasp. But her boldest move lay elsewhere. Publicly, just days after the incident, Camilla appeared at a charity event. Completely composed, a light smile, confident eyes, every gesture perfectly controlled. No one could detect any trace of worry. And then, in a carefully calculated moment, she spoke, not directly mentioning the theft, but enough for all involved to understand. She spoke of the necessity of protecting the royal family from saboteurs. She emphasized loyalty, responsibility, and not allowing outside forces to weaken the system. It was a subtle move. By positioning herself as the protector, she placed herself beyond suspicion. By criticizing an invisible enemy, she redirected the thoughts of those observing. And most importantly, she sent a silent message to anyone investigating, that she was still in control. But beneath that perfect exterior, pressure was mounting by the hour. Camilla knew that what she had done could only buy time, not erase traces entirely. Once the investigation had begun, it would not stop until answers were found. And with each advance by Anne and Catherine, the distance between truth and concealment narrowed. What she could not control were the things that had left the palace, for while data could be deleted, statements could be distorted, money could not. The flow of funds to transactions, financial movements, all left a trail. And once someone traced them, every layer of disguise became meaningless. It was the only weakness in an almost perfectly constructed plan. And it was a point Camilla had not yet addressed. However, irrefutable financial evidence brought everything crashing down. As layers of disguise were gradually peeled away, Princess Anne and Catherine realized they needed evidence that could not be denied. Not speculation, not testimony, but something that could withstand any pressure. And the answer, in the end, lay where few would look: money. Through a secure financial channel, they began tracing unusual transactions in the days before and after the theft. At first, everything seemed carefully hidden. Small transfers, scattered, with no clear connection. But when pieced together, a pattern emerged. A chain of transactions led to an intermediary account. And from there, a single, prominent sum. Unmistakable. £50,000. That sum had been transferred just a few hours before the night of the 9th of March. The recipient was none other than Victor Kiney. But what chilled Anne and Catherine was not the amount, but its origin. The sending account was directly linked to an internal fund, part of Camilla's close personnel group. Not direct proof, but a thread clear enough that it could not be dismissed as coincidence. When all the pieces were placed together, the picture was complete. Victor was the executor, Marcus was the intermediary, and behind them, a name they had suspected from the beginning, but never wanted to believe was real. The report was prepared that very night, not through any official channel, only one copy, sealed and delivered directly to King Charles. When he read it, the room fell into a long silence. No one spoke, but everyone understood that the next moment would change everything. The confrontation was arranged immediately afterward. No press, no advisors, only 4 people in a private room at Buckingham Palace: King Charles, Princess Anne, Catherine, and Camilla. The tension was almost palpable. Anne spoke first. She presented the full chain of events, from the theft to Victor, to Marcus, and finally the £50,000 transaction, each detail given precisely, without emotion, but enough to carry undeniable weight. Catherine said little, but her eyes never left Camilla. When it was over, all eyes focused on one person, Camilla. For the first few seconds, she did not react. Her face maintained its usual calm. Then a very small change appeared. Not panic, not collapse, but acceptance. She did not deny, but she did not admit it directly. Instead, she spoke a sentence, slowly, clearly, as if prepared in advance. "I only want to protect the family from poor decisions." The words fell into the silence like a knife. No explanation, no justification, but enough to confirm everything. King Charles closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them, his gaze had changed. No longer the husband, but a king. The decision was made on the spot. Camilla would not be stripped of her title, but she would lose control over part of the internal finances. Private communication channels would be monitored more closely, and her personal security team would be completely restructured. It was not a public punishment, but it was a clear limitation. A silent message that power, once abused, must always have a price. The room remained quiet as it ended, but everyone understood that, even though the truth had been revealed, its repercussions would continue long after. The story closed not with a public scandal, but with carefully controlled silence. After everything that had happened, the sum of more than £50 million was finally transferred successfully to Catherine. Charitable projects were implemented as planned. New campaigns began appearing in the media, projecting an image of a modern, approachable, and responsible royal family. From the outside, everything seemed back on its normal course. There was no sign that just a few days earlier, an internal crisis had nearly shaken the entire system. But inside Buckingham Palace, everything was no longer the same. Trust, once fractured, cannot be easily repaired. Cautious glances, pause in conversation, and decisions weighed more carefully than ever were all signs of an unhealed wound. Camilla retained her title, still appearing in public with her usual composure, but her power was no longer complete. Meanwhile, Catherine stepped into a new position, not only as a symbol, but also as a holder of part of the royal family's financial future. Princess Anne, standing at the center of it all, made a choice that not everyone could make. She chose truth over silence, chose to protect the long-term interests of the royal family rather than maintain a false stability. And while that decision was strategically correct, it also carried unavoidable consequences. A silent confrontation, a division that time might soothe, but could hardly erase completely. In the royal world, where everything is always covered by ceremony and tradition, what we see is only the surface. Behind it lies far more complex stories, where power, loyalty, and ambition are always intertwined. Now you know the full story. Do you still hold your original opinion? Comment number 1 or number 2 below and tell me who you think suffered the most in this case. Do not forget to like if you found the story dramatic. Subscribe, and turn on notifications so you do not miss the next royal drama. See you next time. A king of the United Kingdom, a man who once stood firm through decades of pressure and the scrutiny of the entire world, now appears with a pale face, weary eyes, and hands so swollen that they are impossible to hide. He moves slowly through heavy royal ceremonies, not out of desire, but as if he is trying to complete his final duties. Outside, the mainstream media maintains a suspicious silence. There are no sensational headlines, no urgent warnings. But behind the thick walls of Buckingham Palace, a completely different story is unfolding. Power is quietly shifting. Decisions are being prepared. And perhaps the history of the British monarchy is standing at an irreversible turning point. In a shocking transcript, Lady Colin Campbell, an independent source known for her unfiltered revelations, has delivered information that sends chills through many. She speaks of the alarming health condition of King Charles III. She raises questions about the true role of Camilla during this sensitive period. She hints at the growing impatience of William. And inevitably, there are the simmering tensions surrounding Harry and Meghan, who seem to stand outside, yet still exert a significant influence over the entire picture. What is striking is that this information does not come from tabloid newspapers. It comes from an independent source, a figure who has repeatedly forced the royal family into silence. And that very silence, perhaps, speaks louder than any denial ever could. So what do you think? Is King Charles truly in the final stage of cancer? Or is all of this merely an exaggeration fueled by speculation? Leave your comment below. Number 1, if you believe his condition is extremely serious. Number 2, if you think this is just an overblown story. And now, we will go deeper into what is really happening behind palace doors. What is gradually being revealed behind those doors is no longer vague rumor or baseless speculation. It is a chain of signs that are becoming clearer, harder to ignore, about the true health condition of the head of the British monarchy. According to independent sources, the language being used is no longer about treatment or recovery. Instead, the words are far heavier. Terminal cancer, dying. Terms that almost no one dared to utter when speaking about a reigning king are now appearing more frequently in private discussions. And what unsettles the public is not simply that these words are being spoken, but that they seem to align with what people can observe with their own eyes. A look at his recent schedule is enough to reveal the abnormality. A visit to the United States, which should have been a carefully prepared and extended diplomatic event, was cut short in a surprising way. Just 3 days. And of those, only 1 day was actually spent in Washington, D.C. For a head of state, especially a king, this is almost unheard of under normal circumstances. Such visits usually last many days, not only to strengthen diplomatic ties, but also to demonstrate stability and national strength. But this time, everything unfolded in haste, as if an invisible limit was counting down every hour. Sources within the palace say there had been proposals to postpone this trip. Those closest to him understand his condition better than anyone. They know his body can no longer endure a demanding schedule filled with continuous meetings and ceremonies lasting for hours. Yet despite everything, the trip still took place. And that decision raises a troubling question. Was this a final effort to maintain an image of stability before the public, or was it a forced choice, made because time is no longer on their side? Recent images of the king make it even harder to deny. His face is pale, lacking the vitality it once had. His eyes are tired, sometimes appearing lost in brief moments. But the detail that draws the most attention is his hands, swollen in an unusual way, no longer a mild sign of age or fatigue, but a clear indication of a concerning health condition. These images quickly spread, followed by waves of analysis and speculation. Even seasoned royal observers have begun to speak out, suggesting this is not something that can be dismissed. What is notable is that only a few months ago, the message from mainstream media was entirely different. When the first reports about his health appeared, they were described as minor, a cold, a routine treatment, nothing serious, nothing to worry about. But in a short period of time, the narrative has shifted dramatically. From what was once considered a small issue, there are now rumors that he may only have a few months left to live. This transformation is not only fast, it is so sudden that many people struggle to understand what is truly happening. It is this gap in information that has made the atmosphere more tense than ever. When there are no clear answers, the public begins to fill the silence with their own theories. Some believe this is the truth being concealed. Others think everything is being exaggerated for different purposes. But regardless of differing views, there is one thing that more and more people are beginning to accept. The current condition of the king is no longer what it once was. His public appearances are becoming shorter, his speeches are being reduced. Activities that once symbolized endurance are now turning into visible challenges. Every step, every handshake, every smile carries a sense of weight, as if behind it lies a significant effort to maintain an image of normalcy. And perhaps what worries people the most is not what is being said, but what is not being said. The prolonged silence from the palace the evasiveness in official statements, the vague answers that avoid specifics. All of it creates a blurred curtain, covering a reality that many have already begun to sense. Amid all this speculation, there is one person who cannot look away, cannot avoid it, cannot reassure herself with simple explanations. That person is none other than the woman who stands beside him in the most critical moments, Queen Camilla. And if the king condition is truly as serious as the rumors suggest, then perhaps no one feels it more clearly than she does. While the public continues to debate the severity of the king's health, inside the palace, another concern has begun to surface. And this time, it does not come from advisors or anonymous sources. It comes from the woman closest to him, Queen Camilla. According to revelations from close sources, she is said to be increasingly worried about the pressure the king is placing on himself. It is not only the overseas visits or the long meetings, it is the entire machinery of royal duty that he is still trying to maintain. Despite clear signs of exhaustion, the phrase most frequently mentioned in internal discussions is something very simple, yet deeply significant. She wants him to do less, to slow down, to stop if necessary. What is notable is that this is not an ordinary piece of advice. It is almost a plea, because according to what has been revealed, Camilla believes that public duties are gradually wearing down the king's health. Every public appearance, every hour spent standing through ceremonies, every effort to maintain a strong image, all of it comes at a cost that his body can no longer afford. There are even reports suggesting that she has made a shocking proposal, something almost without precedent in the modern history of the British monarchy. She is said to have advised him to retire, to step back from the front stage, similar to what Prince Philip once did in the final years of his life. When he withdrew from public duties to protect his health, this idea alone is enough to shake an entire system built on the principle of lifelong duty. A king is not just an individual. He is a symbol, a continuation, an embodiment of stability. And for a reigning king to be advised to step aside is not merely a personal decision. It is a move that could change how the entire world views the monarchy. And that is precisely why Camilla's concern becomes even more significant. Because to offer such advice, she must be seeing something far more serious than what has been revealed to the public. No one understands the king's true condition better than the person who stands beside him every day. And if she believes he needs to stop, then perhaps it is no longer a strategic choice. It is a matter of survival. The entire picture begins to take on a familiar tone, as if drawn from a classic tragedy. A weakening king, still trying to hold on to power until the final moments. A wife standing beside him, witnessing that decline and desperately trying to protect him. And further away, a son in his prime, ready to take over, yet restrained by the unspoken rules of the royal institution. The tension does not need to be spoken aloud. It is present in every decision, every schedule, every public appearance. And with each passing day, the gap between what should be done and what is actually happening becomes more and more visible. What startles many observers is that, if these reports are true, this may be the first time in modern history that a queen has actively advised a reigning king to step aside for health reasons. Not because of political pressure, not because of scandal, but simply because he no longer has the strength to continue. And from that moment, a larger question begins to form. If the king truly reduces his role, or even withdraws from key duties, then who will fill the vacuum of power? The answer may not be difficult to predict, because while one center of power is gradually weakening, another is quietly growing stronger. And that shift, when closely observed, is not only about individuals. It is about an entire system, a transition that is unfolding in plain sight. Yet not everyone recognizes it. From Buckingham, once the unquestioned heart of royal power, everything now seems to be slowly tilting in another direction. Kensington. The signs of the king's declining health do not stop at images or shortened schedules. They are triggering a larger consequence. quiet but unmistakable, a shift of power within the British monarchy itself, a process not officially announced, yet visible through every decision, every move, every subtle change in how the royal institution operates. For decades, Buckingham has been the undisputed center of power. Every major decision originated there. Every official message was shaped there. But now, that center appears to be shifting, not loudly, not declared, but clear enough for close observers to recognize. A new center is forming. Kensington, Prince William, once seen as a symbol of the distant future, is now emerging as a figure of the present. No longer just the heir in name, he is becoming increasingly involved in strategic decisions. According to some sources, he is not only participating, he may be influencing, and in certain cases, he may even be blocking decisions he considers inappropriate. One example frequently mentioned is the prevention of a meeting between the King and Prince Harry during the Invictus event. This is not merely a family matter. It is a clear signal of who is truly controlling key royal interactions. When one son can influence whether a king meets another son, then the balance of power is clearly no longer where it once was. This shift is not happening in isolation. It is increasingly reflected in how international media are beginning to speak about the future of the British monarchy. Some major newspapers, including highly respected publications, have started using a term that once would have seemed premature: King William. Not as a distant possibility, but as an approaching reality, a transition that many believe is now only a matter of time. What is notable is that while international media appear to be preparing for this scenario, mainstream media in the United Kingdom remains strikingly silent. There are no in-depth analyses, no direct questions. It is as if there is an invisible boundary they do not want, or cannot, cross. But external sources are not bound by those limits, and according to assessments circulating in international observation circles, one figure is being mentioned more and more frequently. More than 70% of international sources now assume that the near future will belong to a new king, King William V, an assumption based not only on age or succession order, but on what is actually unfolding behind the scenes. This does not mean that the current king has completely lost his role, but it raises an unavoidable question. Is he still the true center of power, or is he gradually becoming a symbol, while real authority is being transferred step by step to his successor? This transition, when closely examined, is not a single event. It is a process that unfolds through each decision, each movement, each subtle change, which together form a much larger picture. And in that picture, the image of William is becoming increasingly defined, while the image of Charles is gradually fading. At least in terms of practical power, William's appearances are becoming more representative. His statements receive greater attention. His activities are no longer merely supportive, but increasingly directive. And most importantly, the way institutions, leaders, and the public respond to him is changing. They no longer see him only as a future king. They are beginning to see him as someone already prepared to take on that role. This creates a situation that is rarely seen. Two centers of power coexisting within a system designed for only one. On one side, the reigning king, with all the symbolism and formal authority. On the other, the heir, with strength, energy, and growing support from multiple directions. And it is precisely this coexistence that generates tensions not easily seen. Not open conflict, not direct confrontation, but differences in approach, in priorities, in decisions. Differences that, over time, may lead to greater transformations. The question now is no longer whether a transition will occur. It is how quickly it will happen. And in what form. A formal transition, clearly announced, or a silent transition, where real power has already shifted before any official statement is made. And amid all these developments, There is one issue that continues to trouble many observers. Why does mainstream media in the United Kingdom remain silent in the face of such clear signs? Why are the most important questions not being openly raised? According to some sources, the answer may not lie in a lack of awareness, but in an inability to speak, amid all the unusual signs, the troubling images, and the rapidly spreading speculation. One major question still hangs in the air. Why does mainstream media in the United Kingdom remain silent? Why are issues directly related to the health of a king not openly and frankly analyzed? According to explanations from independent sources, the answer is not simply about avoidance or arbitrary concealment. It is tied to a system of strict regulations, a legal framework that much of the public does not fully understand. These are the rules of IPSO, the press regulator in the United Kingdom, which imposes very strict limits on reporting related to personal life, especially health matters. Under these rules, an individual's health condition is considered private information, protected at a high level. Notably, this principle does not exclude anyone, not even a king. This means that unless there is clear authorization from the palace, mainstream media organizations can hardly publish or deeply speculate about the king's health without risking regulatory violation. For this reason, the silence that many are questioning may in fact be the result of a tightly constrained system. It is not that they do not know. It is that they cannot speak, or more precisely, they cannot speak freely in the way the public expects. This situation is not without precedent. In the past, when Prince Philip faced serious health issues in the final years of his life, mainstream media maintained a similar level of restraint. Information was limited, tightly controlled, and usually released only after official confirmation. This created a clear gap between what the public saw and what was actually happening behind the scenes. But at this point, a major debate begins to take shape, because while privacy is an important principle, there is another principle that is just as important: the right of the public to know, especially when the person in question is not an ordinary individual, but the head of state, the figure who represents an entire nation within a constitutional system. Many argue that in the case of a king, health is not merely a personal matter. It can directly affect the stability of the entire system. Important decisions, ceremonial roles, symbolic responsibilities, all depend on the ability of the head of state to perform. And if that ability is seriously diminished, then the public has the right to know, not out of curiosity, but for the common good. It is precisely the gap between these two principles that has created a unique environment, one in which mainstream media are bound by regulation, while independent sources operate with far fewer limitations. And that is why more and more sensitive information is emerging from non-mainstream channels. They are not subject to IPSO oversight in the same way. They can say what major newspapers cannot say, or do not dare to say. This does not mean that everything they present is accurate, but it also does not mean that it is entirely baseless. And it is the coexistence of these two streams of information that has placed the public in a difficult position: to trust official silence, or to listen to warnings from outside voices. A figure that is being mentioned more and more in discussions is the millions of people in Britain who have the right to know about the condition of the king who represents them. But according to what is being reflected, the current regulatory system has either intentionally or unintentionally restricted that flow of information for a prolonged period. Nearly 2 years, a period long enough for doubts to accumulate, long enough for trust to begin to be tested. And when trust is questioned, any gap is quickly filled with speculation. That is what we are witnessing. Not just concern, but a growing wave of skepticism. But while all eyes remain focused on London, on Buckingham and Kensington, somewhere else, half a world away, a completely different story is quietly drawing attention. A story no less dramatic, perhaps, according to some, even so implausible that it is difficult to believe. In the United States, Harry and Meghan have once again become the center of new speculation. And this time, the level of it is enough to make even those familiar with royal drama pause in disbelief. While major questions about the king's health and the shifting of power remain unanswered. In another development, the names Harry and Meghan once again emerge, bringing with them a new wave of rumors. And this time, the story being circulated carries a tone that causes many to question it from the very beginning. According to circulating discussions, there is an idea said to be under consideration behind the scenes, a meeting between Thomas Markle and King Charles, described as an attempt to resolve lingering tensions. At first glance, this may sound like an effort at reconciliation, but upon closer examination, it quickly reveals its implausible aspects. Lady Colin Campbell did not hesitate to call this an absurd story. A cock and bull story, a scenario constructed without any real foundation. And when examined more closely, this assessment is not without merit. First is the practical factor. Thomas Markle is no longer in a condition that would allow him to undertake long journeys or participate in complex ceremonial meetings. The idea that he could travel to meet a king, in a context where both security and health are highly sensitive, is already unlikely. But even setting that aside, a larger question remains. Why would such a meeting be necessary? There is no clear precedent, no political or diplomatic benefit, and most importantly, no indication that either side truly desires it. According to analysis, both fathers, each in their own way, have reasons to avoid being drawn into situations that could be exploited for media purposes. For that reason, many believe this story is not a genuine plan. It resembles more of a strategy, a way to divert attention, a thin layer of smoke released at a moment when the image of Harry and Meghan may be facing other challenges. Some have questioned whether this is connected to less than favorable reactions to their recent activities. When one narrative fails to generate a positive response, creating another, more controversial story can be a way to shift the direction of public opinion. But behind all these strategies, what draws greater attention is the question of motivation and behavior, especially the role of Meghan within this entire picture. Lady C used very strong language when speaking about Meghan, a person with a tendency to control, a control freak, even a dominatrix in the way she described Meghan's influence over Harry. These assessments are not based solely on speculation, but also on what can be observed in public appearances. There are video clips that have circulated in which Meghan repeatedly interrupts Harry while he is speaking, not just once, but multiple times within the same conversation. In one specific instance, the number mentioned is 7 times. 7 interruptions in a short clip, where each time Harry begins to speak, Meghan interjects, redirects the conversation, or subtly but clearly signals for him to stop. For many observers, this is not simply a matter of poor etiquette. It is seen as a sign of control, a type of interaction in which one person gradually dominates, not only in speech, but in shaping the overall message. This leads to a different perspective on Harry, no longer the one in control of his own narrative, but someone being carried along, someone who may be in a relationship where control does not lie on his side. Some opinions even describe him as a victim of a partner with narcissistic tendencies, where every decision revolves around the image and objectives of one side. Of course, these are controversial assessments, but what makes them impossible to completely dismiss is that they are based on specific behaviors, observable interactions, rather than baseless rumors. And when all these elements are placed side by side, the picture becomes far more complex. It is no longer just a couple facing external pressure. It is a system of relationships in which power, image, and media strategy are tightly intertwined. But if anyone believes that the story of Harry and Meghan ends with rumors and behavioral analysis, They may be underestimating how far the tension can escalate, because in another development, more legal and more direct, Harry is facing an entirely different challenge. A major court case, where testimonies, statements, and even inconsistencies in his own narrative may be brought into the light. A confrontation that no longer exists within the realm of media, but inside a courtroom, and this time, things may not be as easily controlled as before. While controversies surrounding image and personal life have yet to subside, Prince Harry is now facing another front, far more tense and difficult to manage. The courtroom, his lawsuit against the Daily Mail, which was expected to be an opportunity to clarify allegations of privacy invasion, is now unfolding in the opposite direction. What was initially presented as a story of being surveilled and unlawfully intruded upon is being strongly challenged by the opposing side. Representatives of the Daily Mail have firmly denied the phone hacking allegations, calling them baseless. In some statements, they have even used harsh language to describe Harry's overall argument, suggesting that what has been presented lacks a clear factual foundation. What makes the case particularly sensitive is the emergence of witnesses directly contradicting Harry's testimony. One of them is Charlotte Griffiths, a journalist who was present at the events in question. She denied that any hacking or intrusion took place as Harry described. Not stopping there, she also introduced a detail that has drawn attention, that Harry had attended parties with her during the same period, a context entirely different from the image he is attempting to present in court. These contradictions quickly raise a serious question. Are the accounts Harry is presenting entirely accurate? And if not, where does the discrepancy come from? A misunderstanding, a memory distorted over time, or a deliberate choice in how the story is being told? Lady Colin Campbell has offered a controversial but difficult-to-ignore perspective. She suggests that Harry may be experiencing a form of false memory syndrome, a condition in which memory no longer accurately reflects what actually happened, potentially influenced by various factors, including past use of alcohol or other substances. Under this explanation, what Harry believes to be true may not fully align with objective reality. However, there is another, far more sensitive hypothesis that these inconsistencies are not accidental, but part of a legal strategy where the narrative is adjusted to fit the objectives of the case. If this were true, the consequences would go far beyond simply losing the case. It could lead to far more serious implications. The concept of false testimony has begun to be mentioned, and this is not a minor allegation. In any legal system, providing inaccurate information in court can completely destroy the credibility of the person involved. For a public figure like Harry, this carries even greater weight. It does not only affect a single case, it can impact the entire image he has built over many years. Even so, many experts believe that the likelihood of the court directly prosecuting Harry on this issue is low, not due to a lack of basis, but because of the sensitive nature of the situation. A member of the royal family, even one who has stepped away from official duties, remains a unique figure in the eyes of both the public and the legal system. Instead, a more likely direction is that attention will shift toward his legal team, those responsible for constructing and presenting the case. If there are inaccuracies or errors, they may be the first to face scrutiny. But regardless of the final outcome, one thing has become clear. This case is no longer simply an attempt to seek justice. It has become a test of credibility, and in that test, the risks for Harry may be far greater than he initially anticipated. Everything we have just examined is no longer a set of isolated pieces. When placed together, they form a larger picture, clearer and far more concerning. A king whose health is under serious question, even suspected to be far worse than what mainstream media have reported. A wife standing beside him, worried to the point of reportedly urging him to reduce his duties, even to step away from the role he has spent a lifetime preparing for. A successor no longer waiting in the shadow of the future. but gradually stepping into the center of the present, as power appears to be shifting from Buckingham to Kensington. Meanwhile, mainstream media remain constrained by regulations that prevent them from fully speaking, creating an information gap that independent sources are trying to fill. And in another corner, the story of Harry and Meghan continues to generate controversy, with rumors considered implausible, behaviors under scrutiny, and a media strategy that raises questions about underlying motives. All of this now converges at a new focal point: the court case Harry is facing, where not only his narrative, but his personal credibility may be tested in the most intense way. Looking at the full picture, one feeling becomes unmistakably clear. The British royal family is no longer in the state of stability that it strives to project. It stands at a turning point, a crossroads where each direction carries significant consequences. One path is continuity, an attempt to preserve everything as it is. Another is transition, which may arrive faster than expected. And a third is uncertainty, driven by internal tensions that could lead to unpredictable outcomes. A king who may be in the weakest phase of his reign, a successor who appears ready, both in image and position, and surrounding them, secrets, gaps in information, and stories yet to be fully told. Are we witnessing the early stages of a smooth and carefully managed transition, or the warning signs of a turbulent period, where everything could change faster than anyone anticipates? The future of the royal family may no longer be a story of many years ahead. It may be decided within just a few months. And what about you? What do you think about all of this? Leave your comment right below. Number 1, if you are truly concerned about the future of the British royal family. Number 2, if you believe Harry and Meghan are putting themselves in a difficult position. Do not forget to like, share, and subscribe to follow more independent analysis. Thank you for taking the time to watch. Inside the opulent golden chamber of Buckingham Palace, a place that has witnessed moments of power and history being written, a heavy silence now blankets everything. King Charles III stands behind the podium, the lights shining directly onto his face. His voice lowers, trembling slightly yet resolute. From this moment, Camilla Parker Bowles will no longer be Queen of the United Kingdom. In a single second, the entire hall seems frozen. Not a whisper, not a single breath dares to rise. In the front row, William grips Kate's hand so tightly that his knuckles turn pale. His eyes do not leave his father, as if he knows that what has just happened is not merely a royal decision, but an earthquake. Camilla remains seated, her familiar smile still on her lips. But if one looks closely, her eyes no longer hold their calm. A flicker of panic flashes through, so quick that only the most perceptive can notice. History has just been reversed in a matter of seconds. The news erupts immediately. The king abdicates, strips away all titles from the woman once called Queen. The reasons spread at astonishing speed. Suspicions of falsified medical records, manipulation of power during the king's illness, and a silent plan that has existed in the shadows for far too long. Today, we will uncover the entire truth behind this shock. From the fateful night when Charles accidentally overheard a phone call he was never meant to hear, to the secret meeting where undeniable evidence was brought into the light. And the final question for you: do you think Charles's decision is the act of a king placing duty above personal feelings? Comment number 1. Or is it simply the painful reaction of a man betrayed? Comment number 2. Leave your choice right below. No one in that room could ever forget that morning. A morning that seemed ordinary at Buckingham Palace, yet became the moment that shook the entire British monarchy. Camera lights switched on all at once. Media lenses pointed straight toward the podium. And then, King Charles III appeared. He stepped forward slowly, each step heavier than usual. His face could not hide the tension. Yet his eyes carried a rare determination. As he took his position, the entire hall fell into absolute silence. Not a single sound, not a single unnecessary movement. Everyone sensed that what was about to be said would be unlike any announcement before. And then, he began. I have spent my entire life serving this kingdom, and many years protecting those I love. His voice was deep and clear, but there was a brief pause after each sentence, as if every word had to be weighed with absolute care. But there are moments when duty compels us to make decisions that cannot be delayed. Only when he paused for a few seconds did the air in the room become more suffocating than ever. From this moment, I officially declare my abdication from the throne of the United Kingdom. A sharp gasp echoed somewhere in the hall. But before anyone could react, he continued, his voice turning colder. At the same time, Camilla Parker Bowles will no longer hold the title of Queen. All titles, honors, and privileges associated with this position will be revoked immediately. At that moment, time seemed to stop. In the front row, William lowered his head slightly, his eyes closing for a brief few seconds. His hand still held Kate's tightly. But this time it was not just tension. It was preparation for the storm about to come. Kate maintained her characteristic composure, but her eyes revealed clear shock. And Camilla? She remained seated there, upright, smiling, a smile that was almost perfect. But if one looked deep into those eyes, one thing became clear. Control was slowly slipping from her grasp. In just 1 minute, just a single minute, a woman had lost everything. The title of Queen, the Order of the Garter, every privilege she had waited more than 17 years to obtain. All of it vanished, not through a long process, but in a cold declaration before the entire world. Those present in the room began exchanging glances. Some lowered their heads, others could not hide their shock. The reporters, though accustomed to royal upheavals, failed to take notes in time, because no one had imagined they would witness an event of such historical magnitude. Charles did not stop there. He continued reading the prepared statement, but his voice now carried a different tone, no longer hesitation, but absolute finality. I believe that transparency and public trust must come first, and any action that undermines those values cannot be accepted. It was not merely a statement. It was an indirect accusation. Those words immediately sparked a wave of speculation. What had happened behind palace doors? What could drive a king, a man who had spent his life protecting the woman beside him, to turn away so ruthlessly? When the speech ended, Charles did not look toward Camilla. He left the podium immediately, leaving behind a room that had yet to recover. Camilla remained seated for a few more seconds. Her smile finally disappeared. No mask remained to conceal her, only an empty gaze, mixed with anger and disbelief. Outside the palace, the news spread at an unprecedented speed. Television channels replayed the statement continuously. Sensational headlines appeared everywhere. A new royal crisis had officially erupted. But all of that was only the surface, because the real question still had no answer. What had happened behind the scenes? What could have driven Charles to make such a ruthless decision, regardless of the consequences? And to understand that, we must turn back time, back to 7 days earlier, the fateful night at Sandringham, where everything began. 7 days before the shocking speech at Buckingham Palace, everything was still hidden in the shadows. No one knew, no one suspected, and even King Charles III, a man who had spent his entire life surrounded by intrigue and royal protocol, was not prepared for what he was about to hear that night. It was a quiet evening at Sandringham, an evening that should have been commemorative. No media, no ceremony, just two people who had walked together through more than 17 turbulent years. The atmosphere inside the estate softened under warm golden light, and the long corridors seemed to sink into a rare stillness. Dinner was simpler than usual. Camilla appeared subdued, but not enough to raise Charles's suspicion. He had grown too accustomed to the subtle shifts in her mood. And perhaps it was that very familiarity that prevented him from realizing that this night was unlike any before. After dinner, Charles left the room first. He said he needed to rest early, but in truth, he only wanted a moment of solitude. The recent pressures, the rumors about his health, and the advice from his team of advisors had left him more exhausted than ever. As he walked along the west corridor, a very faint sound made him stop. A voice, not a servant, not a member of security. It was Camilla's voice. The door to her study was slightly ajar. Light spilled out in a thin line across the stone floor. Charles had no intention of listening, at least not at first. But then, a single phrase reached his ears. Severe exhaustion. Yes, that will be enough. He froze. On the other side of the door, Camilla was speaking on the phone. Her voice was low, controlled, but clear. Not the voice of a wife in casual conversation, but the voice of someone negotiating. Charles moved closer, almost unconsciously. Indefinite rest period. He must not be seen in public. The council will accept it if the documents are properly signed. A brief pause. Then a male voice came through the phone, loud enough for Charles to recognize that this was not an internal call. "Are you certain this will hold?" "Your Majesty?" "Dr. Harland." A familiar name within the royal medical system. A man trusted without question. Camilla replied without hesitation. "It has to." Just 3 words, but enough to make everything in Charles's mind collapse. He stood motionless outside the door, feeling as if the entire space around him was closing in. What he had just heard was not a misunderstanding, not a phrase taken out of context. It was a plan, a clear, cold, carefully calculated plan, a falsified medical record, a diagnosis of severe exhaustion, an indefinite period of rest, and most importantly, a perfect reason to remove him from all public duties. In just 2 minutes, a phone call that lasted only 2 minutes had destroyed the trust Charles had built over decades. He stepped back, 1 step at a time, trying not to make a single sound. His heart was pounding, but his face remained calm, because in that very moment, he understood one thing. If this was truly a conspiracy, then any hasty reaction could cost him the only advantage he had: surprise. Charles returned to his private room. He did not turn on the lights. He did not call anyone. He simply sat in the darkness, allowing the flood of thoughts to wash over him. Every memory, every decision, every sacrifice, all of it replayed in his mind like a slow-moving film. The woman he had defended before the public, the woman he had elevated to the highest position, despite all opposition, the woman he had trusted completely, and now, that very person was planning to remove him from power. But Charles was not a man easily defeated. Instead of confronting, instead of questioning, he chose silence, a dangerous silence. The next morning, everything proceeded as usual. Charles appeared at breakfast, spoke gently, even asked after Camilla in his familiar tone. There was no sign that he knew. Not a single glance betrayed his true thoughts. Camilla suspected nothing. She continued her role flawlessly, but beneath that calm surface, something entirely different was unfolding. Charles began to observe. He paid attention to every call, every schedule, every small change in Camilla's behavior. He did not ask directly. He did not apply pressure. He simply recorded in silence. At the same time, he reached out to a very small number of people he trusted absolutely, not through official channels, leaving no trace. Names of those who had worked with him since his time in the Royal Navy. People who understood how a discreet investigation operates. A plan began to take shape, not loud, not rushed, but precise down to every detail. Charles knew that if he was wrong, everything would collapse. But if he was right, this was not just a personal betrayal. This was a direct threat to the stability of the entire monarchy. And so, he decided not to stop. He would find the truth, no matter the cost. The secret investigation had begun, like the days when he served in the Royal Navy, when every decision depended on accurate information and absolute patience. And this time, the target was not an external opponent, but the woman sitting across from him every day. The investigation began in complete silence. No announcement, no official records, not a single trace allowed to exist within the royal internal system. King Charles III understood clearly that if there were any leak, everything would be erased before he could reach the truth. And this time, he could not allow any mistake. The first days passed in careful observation. Camilla's schedule was monitored discreetly. Calls were noted by time and frequency, but not interfered with. Charles did not rush. He knew the most important thing was to let the other side believe everything remained under their control. His first move was the medical records. A request was sent, not through the official secretary, but through a separate channel. His most recent health records were delivered within 24 hours. The first report was entirely normal. Stable indicators. No signs of exhaustion. No recommendation for long-term rest. A clear conclusion. The king was fit to continue his duties. But Charles did not stop there. He requested another copy, from a different source. This time, the document arrived more slowly, and the moment he opened it, he knew he had not been wrong. A second report. Same signature, same title, but completely different content. Severe exhaustion. Immediate withdrawal from public duties recommended. Indefinite rest required. The words lay cold on the page, yet carried the weight of a sentence, not only for his health, but for his position. 2 sets of medical reports, one real, one false. One described him as fully capable of continuing to lead. The other turned him into a man no longer fit to stand before the public. The difference was not only in the diagnosis, it was in the intention. Charles placed both reports on the table. He did not need more evidence to understand what he was facing, but he continued. Because in his world, the truth does not only need to be known, it must be proven. And that was when William appeared, not as the heir to the throne, but as a son. William was called in on a discreet evening. No assistants, no security staff nearby, just father and son in a closed room. Charles did not say much. He simply placed the 2 reports in front of William. William looked, read, and remained silent. That moment lasted only a few seconds, but it was enough to make everything clear. No explanation needed, no questions asked. William understood, and his first reaction was not anger. It was coldness. A coldness very much like his father. We need more than this. Just one sentence. But it was the signal for the investigation to move to the next stage. Kate was the one who delivered the breakthrough. With her subtlety and sharp observation, she began to notice details others might overlook. An email address appearing repeatedly in Camilla's schedule. A chain of communication, lightly coded. Not enough to alert the system, but enough to make a perceptive mind question. Through a tightly controlled technical channel, William and Kate traced that path. No direct intrusion, no system breach, only observation and collection. And then, they found it. An email. A short subject line, Plan B. The content was not long, but every line was written with cold calculation. In case the initial report is questioned, secondary documentation will be activated. Temporary authority can be transferred under medical advisory. Public narrative must remain consistent with exhaustion diagnosis. There was no more doubt, no more room for justification. But the evidence did not stop there. An audio recording was discovered. Attached within the exchange, it was unclear who recorded it, unclear why it had been stored. But when the audio was played, the room fell into immediate silence. Camilla's voice, if he steps back, even temporarily. The transition becomes inevitable. Another male voice, not Harland. Interrupted. And if he refuses, A very brief pause. Then Camilla replied, "Then we make it impossible for him not to." No more words were needed. No more evidence was required. Everything was clear beyond denial. William stood up and walked a few steps away. He said nothing, but his eyes had changed. No longer doubt, no longer caution, only a cold determination. Kate remained seated, her hand resting lightly on the table. Her face held its calm expression, but in her eyes was a deep sadness, not only because of the betrayal, but because of the consequences it would bring. Charles did not react immediately. He listened to the entire recording one final time. Then he turned off the device. Not a single unnecessary movement, not a single extra word, only a long silence. In that moment, what remained was no longer evidence. It was the truth. The woman he had protected for so many years, the woman he had raised to the highest position, now not only betrayed him, but had planned to remove him from power. But what hurt Charles the most was not the conspiracy. It was the calculation, the coldness, the willingness to sacrifice everything. He stood up and walked to the window. Outside, the garden remained quiet as always. No one knew that inside this room, a crisis was reaching its peak. When he turned back, his eyes were different. No more hesitation, no more searching for explanations. Only a decision. We will not announce it yet. William looked at his father. What is the next step? Charles paused for a second, then spoke slowly. We will give her a chance. Not a chance to escape, but a chance to face it. A private meeting. No witnesses. No press. No barrier of protection between two people who once trusted each other completely. A conversation where the truth would be placed on the table, and also where everything could come to an end. Because when the evidence is complete, when every path leads to the same conclusion, the only thing left is no longer investigation. It is choice. And Charles was ready for the most difficult choice of his life. The meeting was arranged for a late evening, when most of the palace had fallen into silence. No secretary, no guards standing nearby, no official recording devices allowed. Just two people facing each other in a closed room, a place that had witnessed many private conversations over the years. But that night, the atmosphere was completely different. Heavy, tense, and almost no room left for weakness. Camilla entered first. She maintained her familiar composure, head held high, her expression calm to the point of being unreadable. When Charles entered a few seconds later, he did not look at her immediately. He closed the door slowly, as if sealing this space away from the outside world. A long silence followed. No one spoke first. Finally, Charles placed a set of documents on the table, not forcefully, but with enough finality to break the stillness. I think you should look at this. Camilla looked down. The pages were opened. She recognized them immediately. Medical records. 2 versions. Familiar lines. Signatures she knew all too well. In a fraction of a second, her eyes changed. But just as quickly, she regained control. I do not understand what you mean. Her voice was steady, not trembling, not rushed. A perfect response. Charles did not reply at once. He took out a small device and placed it on the table. A light touch. The recording played, if he steps back, even temporarily. The transition becomes inevitable. There was no need to hear the rest. Just the first few seconds were enough. Camilla did not move. But this time, her silence was no longer absolute control. It carried something else. A void. When the recording ended, Charles turned off the device. He looked directly at her. For the first time that evening, "Do you have anything to say?" A short question, but heavy as a verdict. Camilla took a very light breath. Then she raised her head. "I do not know where you got these things, but they prove nothing. No panic, no confession, only denial." Charles did not interrupt. He let her speak. "You are under pressure. You are tired. And the people around you are making you believe things that are not real." This time, her voice carried a sharper edge. an attempt to shift the situation. But Charles only shook his head slightly. "I gave you a chance." No raised voice. No anger. Just a calm statement. Cold as ice. Camilla looked at him. For the first time, her eyes revealed something close to unease. "You are making a mistake." Charles did not respond immediately. He looked down at the documents before him, then slowly gathered each page. "Maybe." A pause. "But I have no other choice." That sentence closed every possibility. No more argument, no second chance. Camilla stood still. She said nothing more. No apology, no explanation. Only looked at Charles, as if trying to read his thoughts. But this time, she could not. Charles stepped back. The distance between them, though only a few meters, suddenly felt wider than ever. From now on, everything will be handled through official procedure. That was no longer the voice of a husband. It was the voice of a king. Camilla left the room without turning back. The door closed behind her, leaving Charles alone in the silence. He did not sit down immediately. He stood there for a few seconds, perhaps a few minutes. No one knew, but when he returned to the table, everything within him had changed. He opened another set of documents. This time, not evidence, but a decision. The abdication statement had already been prepared. The words were written clearly, precisely, with no room for ambiguity. Charles picked up the pen. He paused for a very brief second, not out of hesitation, but because he fully understood the weight of this act. Within 7 days, just 7 days, he had gone from a husband who trusted completely, willing to defend the woman beside him against all criticism, to a king forced to sacrifice his own throne to protect the honor of the monarchy. Not because he was weak, but because he would not allow betrayal to exist within the system he represented. The pen touched the paper. The signature was placed. An era ended in silence. But it did not end there. Immediately after completing it, Charles activated the next step. A council meeting was urgently convened. No public announcement. No official schedule. Only the most important names were called. The message sent was brief. Present in room 1844. Immediately. No explanation. No details. But enough for everyone to understand that something unprecedented was about to happen. Charles closed the file. He did not look back. No hesitation. No delay. Because he knew that the path ahead would leave no room for personal emotion. Only responsibility remained, and decisions that could not be undone. The door of room 1844 closed, and the outside world was almost completely cut off. Inside, the most powerful figures of the royal family and the advisory council were all present. No one spoke loudly. No one engaged in long exchanges. A heavy atmosphere filled the room, as if everyone understood they were about to witness a moment without precedent. King Charles III entered last. No ceremony. No greeting. He placed a thick file on the table, his gaze sweeping across each person, pausing briefly on Camilla, who sat opposite. She maintained her familiar composure, but this time, that calm seemed to show faint cracks. "We begin." His voice was not loud, but it was enough to command absolute silence. Charles did not say much. He did not need to persuade. He only needed to present. Each document was opened. Each piece of evidence was placed on the table. The 2 sets of medical records were passed among the council members. The conflicting lines caused several to frown. One voice spoke, low but clear. Same signature. Charles nodded. Then came the recording. When the sound filled the enclosed room, the atmosphere shifted instantly. No longer suspicion, no longer assumption, but truth laid bare. The transition becomes inevitable. No one spoke when the recording ended, but that silence was the strongest reaction. Some eyes turned toward Camilla. Others lowered their gaze, unwilling to witness the moment directly. Camilla sat upright. She did not bow her head. She did not avoid. But this time, There was no smile, no perfect mask, only a rigid stillness, as if her entire body was holding against the weight of what had just unfolded. "Do you have anything to say?" Charles spoke again. No longer a private question. This was a formal invitation before the council. A few seconds passed. Camilla looked around the room. Familiar faces. People who had once supported her, once stood by her side. But now, no one spoke. No one intervened. Finally, she spoke. "I do not accept these accusations." Her voice was no longer as steady as before, but it was enough to preserve a final trace of dignity. Charles did not argue. He simply gestured. Another document was passed forward. Signature analysis. Time comparison. Technical details that could not be dismissed by words. A council member spoke. "The evidence is clear." That sentence was like a final full stop. No space for argument. No room for doubt. Camilla said nothing more. Her gaze fell to the table, no longer seeking support from anyone. Charles stood. "As head of the royal family, and based on the verified evidence, I declare the removal of all titles, honors, and privileges of Camilla Parker Bowles, effective immediately." Not a single objection, not a single gesture of resistance, only silence. A historic decision had just been made. In that same meeting, Charles did not stop. He moved to the next step, a step he had likely prepared before entering the room. "I also declare my abdication from the throne." A few people looked up, not in complete surprise, but in confirmation of what they had already sensed. The line of succession will pass to William, who will assume leadership with the support of the council. William remained seated. No expression, no reaction. But his eyes made one thing clear. He was ready. In just one meeting, in just a few hours, a power structure that had existed for centuries had been changed. Not by war, not by external pressure, but by a conspiracy that came from within. Centuries of royal tradition had nearly been destroyed by a plan built in silence, by the woman closest to the king. When the meeting ended, everything moved quickly and coldly. Camilla was asked to leave the palace that very night. No ceremony, no official announcement. Only a discreet convoy escorted her out through the back gate, avoiding all media attention. No one saw her off. No one spoke a final word. Only a chapter closed. In the days that followed, Camilla's image disappeared completely from public life. No appearances, no statements, no official information about her whereabouts. Only rumors of a life in isolation, entirely separated from the world she once belonged to. Meanwhile, William began to assume his new role. Meetings were held continuously. Decisions were made quickly to stabilize the situation. Kate stood beside him, a steady anchor, preserving the image of the monarchy through the crisis. And Charles, he withdrew from the spotlight. No public appearances for a long time, but he did not disappear. In silence, he began to write a memoir, not to justify, not to tell the story in his favor, but to record the truth, every detail, every decision, every moment that led to that day. It was not only the story of a king, but the story of a man who had to choose between love and duty, and who accepted the cost of everything to protect what he believed was right. The story comes to an end, but its echoes remain, like a cold reminder of the price of power, of trust, and of choices that cannot be undone. Throughout this journey, we have witnessed a very different King Charles III, no longer a man torn between the past and the present, no longer someone trying to balance personal feelings with royal duty, but a king who made a final decision, decisive and irreversible. He chose justice, not because he no longer had feelings, but because he understood that if emotions were allowed to take control, everything he represented would collapse. A conspiracy, even if it came from the person closest to him, could not be ignored. A betrayal, no matter how painful, could not be hidden. And above all, The honor of an entire dynasty could not be sacrificed just to preserve a personal relationship. Love can blind a person, but justice never does. That statement is not just a philosophy. It is the explanation for everything that happened. Love can make people overlook the obvious. It can make us believe in what we want to believe. But justice does not. Justice is not guided by emotion. It is not blurred by memory or attachment. And when the truth is revealed, justice always demands a price. In this case, that price was the throne, a marriage that lasted for decades, the image the world had long been familiar with, but in return, it was also the way to protect the very existence of the monarchy. And now, the question is not only for history, but for you. What do you think about this decision? Was it the act of a king placing duty above all else? Comment number 1. Or was it the reaction of a man deeply hurt by betrayal? Comment number 2. Leave your choice right below. If this story surprised you, if it made you think, please like and share so others can follow along as well. And do not forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you do not miss the next videos, where more royal secrets will continue to be revealed. Because behind those seemingly quiet walls, there are always stories that have never been fully told. The roar of engines tore through the stillness of the Norfolk countryside just as dawn began to break. Across golden barley fields stretching to the horizon, a place once filled only with birdsong and the soft whisper of wind was now overwhelmed by the harsh metallic noise of excavators and heavy trucks. Layers of earth were being dug up without pause. Dust filled the air. Local residents stood at a distance in shock, their eyes full of confusion. An elderly man murmured in worry. This was not an ordinary construction site. This was something far bigger. Something was being hidden. None of them could have imagined that the center of this chaos would lead directly to one of the most private and discreet royal residences, Anmer Hall, once seen as a symbol of peace and absolute privacy. A special gift from Queen Elizabeth II to Princess Anne was now being pulled into an unprecedented storm of controversy. Allegations began to spread like wildfire. Camilla and her son, Tom Parker Bowles, were suspected of quietly transforming the property into an unauthorized luxury resort, completely disregarding Anne's legal authority over it. What shocked the public even more was the mysterious flow of money. In just a few short months, more than £2.5 million were believed to have been transferred through offshore funds, leaving behind countless unanswered questions. Was this merely a management oversight, or a carefully calculated plan to seize control of assets and power from within the royal family? So, what do you think? Is this just a misunderstanding, or a sophisticated scheme? Comment number 1 if you believe it is a misunderstanding. Number 2, if you think this was intentional. And now, we will begin to uncover the full truth behind this story. Anmer Hall has long been considered one of the last remaining private corners within a royal family constantly under scrutiny. Nestled in the Norfolk countryside, surrounded by ancient trees and endless fields, it carries a sense of peace that feels almost completely detached from the outside world. Mornings here usually begin gently. Sunlight filters through the leaves. A thin layer of mist lingers on the grass, and the only sounds to be heard are birds singing or the wind brushing against old stone walls. But that peace was suddenly and violently shattered at around 6 in the morning, when most residents in the area were still asleep. A series of unfamiliar sounds began to emerge. At first, it was only distant engine noise, but within minutes, it quickly turned into a storm of sound. Trucks roared. Metal clashed. Excavators dug relentlessly. The ground trembled slightly, as if from a minor shock. Families living near Anmer Hall began opening their doors in confusion. No one understood what was happening. Within that single morning, More than 50 heavy vehicles had appeared. Trucks carrying materials moved in and out continuously. Excavators operated without rest. Areas that had once been strictly protected were suddenly breached, as if a large-scale construction project had been planned in advance. Yet what stood out was that no one in the local community had been informed. No warning signs, no permits made public. Frustration began to spread. Residents recorded videos, took photos, and posted them on the platform X. Within hours, images of a massive construction site rising in what was once considered untouchable land spread at an astonishing speed. Comments flooded in. What is this project? Who is behind it? Why is it happening in silence? And more importantly, why has there been no official announcement? Amid this wave of information chaos, one name began to surface: James Hartley, an investigative journalist known for his sharp reporting on the British elite. Noticed the unusual signs. Unlike others who only shared images, Hartley began digging deeper. He reviewed local planning records. He checked construction permits. And the results surprised even him. There was no record whatsoever of any new project in the Anmer Hall area. Sensing the seriousness of the situation, Hartley decided to take a bold step. He directly contacted the office of Princess Anne to verify the information. The initial call received no clear response, but just a few hours later, a chain reaction began to unfold within the royal system. Emily Carter, a close aide to Anne, was the first to initiate an internal review. With access to asset management records, Carter examined every detail, every permit, every plan approved over the past year. And then, a troubling truth began to emerge. There had been no approval recorded for the construction taking place at Anmer Hall. This was not merely a procedural oversight. It was a complete void. A large-scale project involving dozens of vehicles, operating continuously for 3 weeks, yet leaving no legal trace within the system. That was almost impossible unless there had been deliberate interference from someone. This information was quickly passed to Princess Anne, and for someone known for her discretion, someone who rarely intervenes directly in public controversy, her reaction this time was considered unusual. Internal sources revealed that immediately after receiving the report, Anne ordered an urgent review and demanded a clear explanation for all activities in the area. Meanwhile, outside, the wave of suspicion continued to spread. Unanswered questions began to pile up. How could such a large-scale operation take place under royal oversight without anyone knowing? Who was behind it? And what was the true purpose of this project? But perhaps the biggest question at this moment was not about what was happening, but about the deeper cause behind it. What had pushed someone like Anne, who had always kept her distance from disputes, to step forward and act so decisively? To understand that, we need to go back 6 months earlier, when the first signs of a much larger plan began to quietly take shape. 6 months before the first excavators appeared in Norfolk, everything was still hidden in the shadows. There was no noise, no unusual signs, only a closed-door meeting taking place behind tightly shut doors at Clarence House, a place where even many senior staff were not allowed access. Soft yellow light fell across a long wooden table. The atmosphere was heavy, and those present understood very clearly that whatever was discussed in that room could never be allowed to leave. Camilla was the one who began. Her voice was calm but firm. She did not speak much about emotion. Instead, she went straight to the point. Power was shifting. Assets once considered stable were now facing the risk of being reassessed as the next generation prepared to take control. The greatest concern was not the present, but the near future, as William gradually strengthened his position. Underused properties such as Anmer Hall could be placed on a list for redistribution, and once that happened, the opportunity to control them would almost disappear. Tom Parker Bowles sat across from her, listening with intense focus. Unlike his mother, Tom approached the matter from a more practical perspective. To him, Anmer Hall was not just a symbolic asset, it was a wasted business opportunity, a vast estate, secluded in location, tied to the royal family yet rarely used. In the eyes of high-end investors, it was a potential gold mine, a private resort for the elite, where absolute privacy could be guaranteed, capable of generating enormous profit if developed properly. The advisors in the room began to propose options. No one suggested direct action, too risky. Instead, they spoke of complex legal structures, layers of cover that could conceal the true purpose of the project. One name was introduced: Regal Estates, a newly formed company, registered under the purpose of heritage management and preservation. On the surface, it appeared entirely legitimate, even positive, but behind that name, an entirely different plan was taking shape. Details began to fall into place. The company would apply for the necessary permits under the guise of restoration and preservation, not new construction, not commercial development, simply infrastructure upgrades to maintain historical value, a justification reasonable enough to avoid outside attention. At the same time, the funding would not be transferred directly. Instead, offshore funds would be used to ensure that the flow of money could not be easily traced. The initial figures seemed modest. Regal Estates was registered with a capital of just £1,000, an almost insignificant amount for a project of this scale. But within a few months, transactions began to appear. Large sums of money were transferred into the company account from unidentified sources. The total quickly surpassed £2.5 million, enough to transform a quiet estate into a busy construction site in a short time. Everything appeared to be carefully calculated. The timing of implementation was chosen during a period with fewer royal events. When media attention was scattered, contracts were signed through third parties. Workers were hired from multiple sources to avoid creating a clear chain of connection. Even the construction schedule was broken into smaller phases to avoid drawing too much attention in the early days. For several weeks, the plan operated smoothly. There were no leaks, no reaction from local authorities, and most importantly, no sign that Princess Anne had realized what was happening. Everything unfolded in silence, like a perfectly oiled machine operating without leaving a trace. But then, a small mistake changed everything. An internal email was sent during the coordination of the project. The sender was one of Tom's assistants. The content was originally just a routine progress confirmation, but at the end of the email, a short line appeared. "Mother approved," a phrase that seemed harmless. Yet in this context, it became a crucial piece of the puzzle, because it did not only confirm Camilla's involvement, it also showed that this was not a spontaneous action, but a plan approved at the highest level. The email had not been properly secured. It was forwarded through multiple parties, and eventually, it entered a system that no one in the project team had anticipated. A system connected to the Royal Asset Management Office. When this information began to surface, the first suspicions emerged internally, and this time, nothing could remain hidden. Financial data, legal records, and unusual transactions were all cross-checked. Inconsistencies began to appear. Gaps in the approval process became clearer than ever. Princess Anne, who had previously not been drawn into any disputes related to assets, now began receiving detailed reports. With her years of management experience, she quickly recognized that this was not a simple administrative error. This was a coordinated chain of actions, planned in advance, with a clear objective. The first steps of tracing the activity began. Every contract was re-examined, every transfer of money was tracked, and every individual involved was placed under review. This was no longer a vague suspicion. It had become a full investigation, with consequences that could spread across the entire power structure within the royal family. The plan that once seemed perfect now began to show cracks, and from those cracks, The full picture slowly emerged. But what none of the original participants could have predicted was the speed at which everything would collapse once the truth started to come to light. The operation had run smoothly in the shadows, but a single small mistake, a seemingly insignificant line in an email, changed everything. From that moment on, Princess Anne began following the trail, step by step, moving closer to a truth that many may not have wanted her to discover. As soon as the first reports were placed on her desk, Princess Anne did not hesitate for a single second. There was no delay, no indirect discussions. She understood clearly that time was the decisive factor. Every hour that passed, every ongoing construction activity, meant that traces could be erased, evidence could be blurred, and the entire truth could risk fading into silence. And so, an unprecedented internal investigation was launched at the heart of the royal family. Anne assembled a small group of individuals she trusted completely. Not high-profile names, not senior officials who might attract attention, but legal experts, financial auditors, and asset management advisors who had worked within the system for many years. Her private office quickly turned into an emergency coordination center. Documents arrived continuously, computers ran day and night, and every smallest detail was examined with precision. The first step was to review all records at the Norfolk Local Council. This was where all permits related to construction and renovation should have been stored. The experts examined every document, every application, every meeting record over the past months. But the more they checked, the more troubling the conclusion became. There was no official record of any project on the scale of what was taking place at Anmer Hall. This was almost impossible if everything had followed proper procedure. Not stopping there, the investigation team began tracing the related entities. The name Regal Estates quickly became a central focus. At first glance, the company registration appeared entirely normal. A small company, modest capital, with a stated purpose related to heritage preservation. But as they dug deeper into the ownership structure, layers of cover began to peel away. Intermediary entities appeared, duplicate registered addresses surfaced, and then one final name emerged in the ownership chain: Tom Parker Bowles. At that moment, the atmosphere in the room seemed to freeze. No one spoke. Yet everyone understood that the situation had gone far beyond a simple administrative violation. This was no longer about permits or procedures. This was a matter directly involving individuals with a unique position within the royal family. Anne did not waste time reacting. On that very day, she ordered a complete halt to all construction activities at Anmer Hall. An urgent notice was sent to all contractors. Machinery had to stop. Workers had to leave the site. No exceptions, no delays. The decision was enforced with a speed that surprised many. But for Anne, it was a necessary step to prevent any further attempts to conceal the truth. At the same time, she made a direct call to King Charles. No secretary, no intermediary. The conversation was kept confidential. But according to close sources, Anne presented everything she and her team had uncovered, from the absence of permits, to the unusual financial flows, to the involvement of Tom Parker Bowles. This was not just an internal issue. It had the potential to become a public crisis if not handled in time. Support from the king, though not publicly announced, was believed to have opened additional resources for the investigation. Access to financial systems, internal communication channels, and even previously restricted records was now made available. And from that point on, the most critical pieces of the puzzle began to emerge. Information technology experts were brought in to collect data from multiple sources: internal emails, messages, schedules. Everything was analyzed. A series of email chains related to the project was recovered. Within them, exchanges between assistants, advisors, and contractors revealed a remarkable level of coordination. This was not a spontaneous plan. It was organized systematically, with each step calculated in advance. Not stopping at emails, meeting records were also placed under review, although many meetings had not been officially documented, through schedules and access data. The investigation team was still able to determine the timing and participants. And then, a critical detail emerged. Within 3 months, there had been 3 secret video meetings between Tom Parker Bowles and a group of international investors. These meetings were not registered in the official royal system. There were no minutes, no notices, and most notably, not a single line in the discussions mentioned the Royal Asset Management Office. It was as if the entire project had been operated completely outside the normal control structure. At the same time, financial transactions were traced in detail. Large sums of money were transferred through multiple layers of intermediary accounts before reaching Regal Estates. Although offshore funds were designed to conceal their origins, with the coordination of auditing experts, part of the money flow could still be tracked. The transaction timelines matched the construction progress. Payments to contractors, purchases of materials, and labor costs were all made immediately after funds were received. Each piece of evidence was collected, every detail was cross-checked, and the overall picture became increasingly clear. This was not a misunderstanding. This was a structured plan. With clear financial backing and the involvement of influential individuals, what made the situation even more serious was that the entire process had taken place without any approval from official authorities. Anne followed every step of the investigation with absolute focus. She made no public statements. She revealed no signs to the outside world. But internally, the pressure continued to build. Each new piece of evidence not only reinforced suspicion, but also pushed the situation closer to an unavoidable breaking point. However, as evidence began to accumulate, another reaction emerged at the same time. Those involved did not remain still. Signs appeared that some data was being deleted. Certain accounts suddenly became inactive. Communication channels were altered. It was as if someone had realized they were being watched. That only made the investigation more urgent, because if the erasure of traces continued, what had been discovered might be only a small part of the entire story, and the rest, if successfully hidden, might never be known. The evidence was enough to raise major questions. But was it enough to hold those behind it accountable? And while the investigation continued, a silent race was unfolding in parallel. One side was trying to expose the truth. The other was doing everything possible to erase the final traces. The evidence kept growing. The pressure kept rising. But Camilla and Tom did not yield easily. They began to act. Data was erased. Connections were cut. Traces gradually disappeared. And the biggest question now was whether everything that had been uncovered could be secured before it was too late. As the evidence began to come together into a clear picture, the other side no longer remained still. Camilla and Tom understood that they had little time left. If the investigation continued to go deeper, everything would move beyond control. And so, a damage control effort was launched. Quietly but urgently. The first step was to control the narrative. A statement was prepared and circulated through unofficial channels, aiming to downplay the entire situation. According to it, what was taking place at Anmer Hall was merely a heritage survey, a project focused on assessment and preservation, not yet entering any formal construction phase. There was no resort, no commercialization plan. Everything was simply an exaggerated misunderstanding. At the same time, financial movements began to shift. The flow of money into Regal Estates suddenly slowed. Some investments were quickly withdrawn. Connections with offshore funds became unusually silent. It was as if the entire system was being scaled back in an effort to erase traces before it was too late. But the problem was that what had already been uncovered could no longer be concealed by a single statement. The confrontation that many had anticipated finally took place. At St. James Palace, one of the most symbolic locations and a place that had witnessed many important royal decisions. A private meeting was arranged. There was no press, no official announcement, only those directly involved. The atmosphere in the room was tense from the very first moments. Anne entered with a thick file of carefully prepared documents. There was no lengthy introduction, no indirect approach. She placed all the materials on the table and began to present them. One piece of evidence at a time. Every email, every financial transaction, every meeting record, each detail arranged in a clear and logical sequence, leaving no room for denial. Camilla listened in silence. At first, she maintained her usual composure, but as the details became more specific, as the connections grew impossible to deny, tension gradually appeared on her face. Tom, sitting beside her, said almost nothing. His expression kept shifting, from defensive to anxious, and finally to complete silence. The most critical moment came when Anne stopped, looked directly at Camilla, and waited for a response. There was no longer space for vague explanations, no room for avoidance. And then, after a long pause, Camilla finally spoke. She did not fully deny it, but she also did not openly admit everything. Instead, she chose to acknowledge part of it, explaining that the project had originally been intended to make use of an underutilized asset, that the goal was to create value without damaging the heritage. An apology was offered, not to the public, but within that closed room, a personal apology, a strategic one, and perhaps a final attempt to lessen the consequences. But Anne's response did not change. She listened, but did not yield. Her voice remained calm, yet more resolute than ever. For her, the issue was not only about intention or outcome, but about the method. The fact that a large-scale project had been carried out without approval, without transparency, and especially through complex financial structures designed to conceal it, was unacceptable. There were no exceptions. Regardless of who was behind it, the decision was made right there. The project had to be completely terminated. There would be no transition phase, no adjustments. All activities related to regal estates at Anmer Hall had to stop immediately. After the meeting, another critical step was taken. King Charles, after reviewing the entire file and the recommendations, signed an order to revoke all permits related to the project. This decision was final, not just a suspension, but a permanent end to any possibility of continuation in any form. What followed was almost an emergency dismantling. Within 1 week, the entire construction site at Anmer Hall was cleared. Excavators disappeared. Trucks withdrew. Temporary structures were taken down. Areas that had been dug up were filled in again. But what could not be erased were the traces beneath the surface. Unfinished foundations, incomplete structural elements. All of them stood as evidence of a project once carried out on a large scale, with costs reaching millions of pounds. This rapid transformation could not avoid attention. Local residents, who had witnessed the earlier chaos, now observed an unusual silence, as if nothing had ever happened. But the memory of those noisy weeks remained, and the questions, though never publicly answered, continued to exist in the minds of many. Inside the royal family, the consequences did not end with a cancelled project. Relationships between members became more strained than ever. This was no longer just a dispute over property. It had touched on trust, on governance, and on the sensitive boundaries of power. Subsequent meetings were said to carry a cautious atmosphere. Conversations became more guarded, and the distance between individuals seemed greater than before. For Tom, the consequences were also clear. He gradually withdrew from all activities related to projects connected to the royal sphere, no longer appearing in major plans, no longer participating in financial structures tied to shared assets. An unofficial withdrawal, but enough to show the impact of the situation. As for Anne, This was not just a successful investigation, it was a statement of principle, a clear affirmation that the values represented by the royal family could not be compromised under any circumstances. She did not seek attention. She made no public statements, but her actions spoke for themselves. Protecting heritage is not only about preserving physical structures, but also about safeguarding the principles behind them. As everything settled, Anmer Hall returned to its original calm. The fields became quiet again. Mornings once more began with sunlight and birdsong. No more machinery, no more lines of trucks. But the story that had unfolded left a mark that could not be erased. And now, as the curtain has fallen, as actions have been taken and consequences have become clear, perhaps it is time to look back at the entire situation from a broader perspective. Not only at what happened, but at what it reveals about how power, assets, and trust intertwine within one of the most closely watched families in the world. As the story gradually comes to a close, one question still lingers. Was this truly just a misunderstanding in asset management, or a calculated power move from the very beginning? On the surface, everything could be explained by a lack of transparency, by flawed decisions in managing an underused property. But when examined in detail, from the shell company structure, to offshore financial flows, to unrecorded secret meetings, the picture takes on a very different tone. The key lies in intent. A project that truly aims to preserve heritage would not require such complex layers of concealment. It would not need to operate outside the official control system. And certainly, it would not leave such significant legal gaps that an entire management structure would be caught off guard. This has led many to believe that this was not simply an error, it was an attempt to gain control over assets in a time when power is gradually shifting. Throughout the story, the legacy left by Queen Elizabeth II becomes the central focus. Not only the properties and historical structures, but also the way they are protected and preserved over time. That legacy does not belong to any one individual, but to an entire system, a national symbol. And for that reason, any action that risks distorting its original purpose carries consequences far greater than what appears on the surface. The role of Princess Anne therefore becomes especially clear. She did not simply stop a project, she protected a principle, that what has been entrusted cannot be turned into a tool for personal gain. That power comes with responsibility, and that responsibility cannot be ignored in pursuit of financial opportunity. This story, even though it has come to an end, leaves behind a profound lesson. In any system, whether a royal institution or a modern organization, the line between management and control is always fragile, and moments like this will determine whether that line is preserved or not. After everything we have uncovered, have you commented number 1 or number 2? Do you believe this was simply a misunderstanding in asset management, or a carefully calculated scheme from the very beginning? Leave your opinion below, because it is these different perspectives that help us see the full picture more clearly. If you are drawn to royal drama stories like this, do not forget to like, share, and subscribe so you do not miss the next revelations. Each video is not just a story, but a journey into hidden corners rarely spoken about. Because, in the end, the legacy of Queen Elizabeth II endures, not only through buildings or titles, but through those who are willing to stand up and protect it, like Princess Anne, who never yields. The morning in Windsor was quiet, with mist still clinging to the surface of the lake. In just a split second, a sharp crash shattered the peace. The screech of brakes, the grinding of metal against metal, then silence. A black Range Rover lay tilted on the side of the road, its front end crushed, white smoke billowing thickly. Bystanders froze in shock. A few rushed toward the wreck. Inside the car, Prince William was motionless, blood trickling down his forehead. Security officers shouted for help, calling emergency services, as the gates of Windsor Great Park in the distance were immediately sealed off. Only minutes later, images of the scene spread across social media. Prince William's car involved in serious accident. The red headline flashed on BBC and Sky News breaking bulletins, minute by minute. The news spread like wildfire. TV channels interrupted their broadcasts. Reporters flooded into Windsor. Across Britain, people were gripped by fear, and social media filled with prayers. Buckingham Palace remained silent. No statement was made. No confirmation or denial. Every phone line in the palace was locked down, and the press received only one response: no comment. Outside King Edward VII Hospital, ambulance lights flashed. The doors opened, and the person on the stretcher was the prince himself. The entire nation seemed to hold its breath. To understand what turned a peaceful morning into chaos, we must go back a few hours before the crash, when Prince William left Adelaide Cottage for what seemed like an ordinary trip. That morning in Windsor began like a misty painting. The sun had yet to rise. The sky glowed faintly grey in the chill and damp of November. The trees lining the road from Adelaide Cottage stood still, so quiet one could hear the footsteps of the guard changing shifts. In that silence, everything seemed to slow down except the rhythm of royal life, preparing for an unusual day. Inside the small yet elegant house, a warm yellow light spilled through the fogged window pane. Prince William had been awake long before dawn. On his desk, his laptop was still open, displaying an email received at 4:23 a.m. The subject line was brief: urgent document, review and sign today. The letter came from the office of a senior advisor at Buckingham Palace. The content was short but enough to make William frown. It concerned an internal financial report from the charity he patronized, the Royal Foundation. The report included suspicious money transfers, along with a file marked confidential, requiring direct approval from the prince. William sat still for a few minutes. Normally, he could have delegated the matter to his private secretary or handled it through an online meeting. But today, something felt off. A few notes in the email hinted vaguely that someone might be trying to conceal something. And so, instead of sending someone else, William decided he would go to the palace himself that morning, around 6 o'clock. The first light of day barely touched the treetops. The fog was still thick, drifting low over the lawns surrounding Adelaide Cottage. The soft hum of an engine echoed in the yard as a sleek black Range Rover rolled out of the garage. His driver double-checked the route. Behind them, 2 security escort cars started their engines, headlights cutting pale beams through the gray mist. William stepped outside, wearing a heavy coat and carrying a briefcase of documents. He glanced back at Catherine's window, where the light remained off. She was likely still asleep, or perhaps just waking. One fleeting look. Then he walked briskly toward the car. No one at the residence could have imagined that very moment the dry click of the car door closing would mark the beginning of a day Britain would never forget. The convoy left the grounds, gliding along the winding, 308 road that skirts Windsor Great Park. The pavement was still slick from the night's rain, reflecting the dull gray light of early morning. Outside, the world seemed drenched in chill air. The driver was cautious, but the speed was slightly faster than usual, around 80 kilometers per hour. William urged, "Let's try to reach the palace before 7. I want to review the document before the meeting." Inside the car, the air was silent. Only the rhythmic sound of the wipers and the hum of the engine filled the space. William reopened the email, reading each line again. The more he read, the clearer he sensed the tension behind the sender's tone. One particular line made him pause. This document should not be transmitted electronically to avoid any leaks. Please come in person to sign the confirmation. He seethed, wondering who in the palace would send such an important message in the middle of the night. Could something have gone beyond control? In recent weeks, rumors had spread across Westminster about a Royal Foundation board member being secretly investigated, but nothing had been confirmed. William knew all too well, if there was any financial misconduct, the royal family's reputation would suffer greatly. At around 6:40, the car began to enter the winding road leading to the side gate of Windsor Great Park. The fog grew thicker, like a curtain hiding something ahead. The security team communicated constantly through their radios, reminding each other to keep a safe distance. Outside, the tires hissed softly against the damp road. Then suddenly, a small truck appeared from the opposite direction. No one knew where it had come from. Its headlights flashed through the fog, and in an instant, the vehicle swerved slightly as if the driver had lost control. William's driver turned sharply to the right, but the slippery road caused the Range Rover to skid. The sound of metal colliding screamed through the still morning air, tearing it apart. William's car spun sideways, crashing through a section of roadside railing. Airbags exploded, white smoke filling the cabin. The sensation lasted only seconds, but for those inside, it felt eternal. William felt his head slam hard against the seat, and everything blurred. Voices echoed faintly from a distance. "Protect the prince. Call an ambulance now." A security officer rushed forward, pounding on the window. The door was forced open, and a rush of freezing mist swept in. Blood flowed from William's forehead, soaking into his collar. He tried to open his eyes, but all he could see were flickering patches of light and darkness. While the escort team quickly sealed off the scene, the radio crackled with frantic signals. News of the crash spread faster than anyone expected. Within minutes, local police received reports, and news agencies began posting vague alerts. Unconfirmed sources say a vehicle in the royal convoy has been involved in an accident near Windsor. Outside, daylight was breaking, yet the scene was drenched in gloom. Shattered glass glittered across the road, mingling with smoke and the acrid smell of burnt rubber. A few nearby residents who had heard the crash rushed out, freezing in shock as they saw the convoy flying the royal standard. Meanwhile, at Buckingham Palace, a series of strange events began to unfold. The communications office was ordered to maintain complete silence. Royal advisors hastily convened an emergency meeting, while a special security unit was dispatched to the scene. Rumors began to leak through discreet channels that a mysterious early-morning email was the reason Prince William had left the residence unusually early. The press was in a frenzy, but the palace stayed silent. All of Windsor seemed frozen in anticipation. Some witnesses later claimed that when the ambulance took William away, he was still conscious, trying to speak to the medics. Though his voice was faint, that peaceful morning had vanished without a trace, leaving only the chill of the mist and the echo of twisted metal. The entire Windsor area seemed to hold its breath, as people began to ask in fear, what really happened on that road? And how could one email turn the future of the British monarchy upside down in a single morning? Amid all the unanswered questions, the palace gates remained shut, and in that heavy silence, Britain stepped into what would become one of its longest days. The air in the room seemed to freeze. Catherine stood motionless, her hand trembling as she held a teacup. Warm drops spilled over the rim and fell onto the floor. She couldn't utter a word, only staring blankly at the guard before her. Then, after a deep breath, she gave a subtle nod, signaling him to leave as if everything was fine. George, Charlotte, and Louis hadn't noticed anything unusual yet. They were still chatting excitedly about their school day ahead. "Finish your breakfast quickly. My loves, we'll need to leave a little earlier today," Catherine said softly, her voice oddly calm, though her eyes glistened. Each time, Louis turned to look at her. She immediately smiled. As the children headed for the door, she bent down to fasten Louis's coat, her hands still trembling. Charlotte, ever perceptive, noticed but said nothing. She just squeezed her mother's hand tightly. The Range Rover pulled out of Adelaide Cottage. Catherine sat in the back seat, staring straight ahead, silent. When they arrived at the school gates, she forced herself to stay composed, kissing each child gently on the cheek. "I'll pick you up early." "All right," she whispered, then turned away quickly so they wouldn't see the panic in her eyes. As the car returned home, she finally let herself breathe heavily. Her phone buzzed non-stop, messages from the security team flooding the screen. Prince William's car involved in a serious accident on the road from Windsor to London. She didn't finish reading, only replaying 2 words in her mind. Serious accident. The news spread faster than any wind. Residents near the Windsor route had filmed the crash site and uploaded videos online. Within minutes, thousands of shares appeared under the headline, "Prince William's car overturned, condition unknown." On Twitter, the hashtag number #PrayForWilliam shot to the top. BBC interrupted its morning program. The anchor's voice trembled slightly. "We have just received reports of an accident involving Prince William's vehicle." Sky News, the Daily Mail, and countless outlets followed suit. The entire nation held its breath. Outside Adelaide Cottage, reporters began to gather, their cameras fixed on the closed iron gates. No one knew what was happening inside, but everyone assumed Catherine must be breaking down. Yet inside that house, Catherine remained unnervingly calm. She set her phone down on the table, stood up, and walked into the bedroom. Each step felt heavy. She opened the closet, took out a long beige coat, then stopped in front of the mirror. Reflected back was a pale face, reddened eyes, but a determined gaze. Catherine didn't cry. She wouldn't let herself cry, because she knew, if she broke down now, who would her children lean on? She took a deep breath, fixed her hair, then turned to the guard. "Prepare the car. I have to go to the hospital." The guard bowed, his voice trembling slightly. "Your Royal Highness, Buckingham Palace has not yet issued an official statement. They've requested that you wait." "No," Catherine interrupted, her voice suddenly cold. "I can't wait." Outside, rain had begun to fall, heavy drops striking the window frame. For a brief moment, Catherine closed her eyes, as if in silent prayer. The image of William flashed through her mind, his gentle smile, the warmth in his eyes that morning before leaving for duty. She had told him, "See you after lunch." Now, those words echoed like a blade in her chest. The phone rang again, this time from the security team. "His Royal Highness is being taken to King Edward VII Hospital. His condition is still unclear." Catherine gripped the phone tightly, her nails pressing deep into her palms. She drew a sharp breath and motioned for the driver to start the car. The engine roared to life amid the pounding rain. She sat in silence, staring through the fogged window, feeling as if time itself had stopped. Outside, the media and the public were in chaos. Every minute brought thousands of new comments, online prayers, fears, and wild speculations spreading fast. Buckingham Palace maintained absolute silence. No one knew whether that made things worse or if it meant they were hiding a truth too heavy to reveal. And as the whole of Britain waited for updates from the hospital, the one woman who hadn't put down her phone for hours was Catherine herself. She was on her way to London, carrying a fear that no royal title could ever ease. At the gates of King Edward VII Hospital, hastily set up metal barriers lined the entrance. While red and blue lights flickered across the rain-soaked pavement, a silver Range Rover pulled up. The door opened, and Catherine stepped out, wrapped in a dark overcoat, her face calm and expressionless. She walked swiftly, ignoring the barrage of camera flashes. Her heels clicked softly but firmly against the wet tiles. In that moment, she was holding herself together for an entire nation, waiting for a sign from her. Inside the hospital, the air was heavy. Royal guards lined the hallway. Medical staff spoke in hushed tones. Avoiding unnecessary noise, Catherine was escorted into a private area where Prince William was being treated in the intensive care unit. An elderly doctor greeted her with a calm voice. "We're running additional tests. Your Royal Highness. Early signs suggest his life is not in danger." She nodded, her eyes flickering for a moment. But her voice remained steady. "I want a full examination, CT scans. Internal checks, everything. Leave nothing unchecked." The doctors quickly complied. In the White Room, the steady beeping of heart monitors filled the silence. Catherine stood behind the glass, motionless. Her hair was slightly tousled by the wind, her hands buried deep in her coat pockets. From time to time, she drew in a deep breath, as if to stop herself from trembling. Outside the hospital, hundreds of reporters crowded the street. Cameras pointed at the historic building. Every few minutes, a new headline appeared. BBC ran a banner. "Prince William, under emergency treatment at King Edward VII." Sky News broadcast live. While the Daily Mail reported, "Sources say Princess Catherine has arrived at the hospital," showing remarkable composure. On social media, millions shared one haunting question: will the prince survive? Photos of the wrecked car, its front crushed and smoke rising through the morning mist, spread like wildfire. Buckingham Palace remained silent. Each passing minute made that silence more terrifying. Inside, Catherine stepped out of the recovery room and sat on a wooden bench in the corridor. She closed her eyes, fingers interlaced. Not praying, just listening to the echo of the doctor's footsteps. A nurse brought her a cup of tea. Catherine thanked her softly, but didn't drink. Her mind was still trapped in the image of William unconscious, his breath shallow, dried blood at his temple. Then the door opened. The doctor approached. Holding a clipboard, he nodded gently. "The prince has suffered only minor blood loss and brief unconsciousness from the impact. No internal injuries. We'll continue to monitor him. But he's stable now." Catherine closed her eyes. A long, quiet sigh escaped her lips. She didn't cry. She only pressed her lips tightly together. After a moment, she whispered, "Thank you. Please let me see him when possible." She walked to his bedside. William hadn't fully woken yet, his face pale. A few scratches across his cheek. She placed her hand gently on his shoulder. Her voice barely a whisper. "You're going to be fine." Her gaze was no longer fearful, it was soft, steady. In that instant, Catherine wasn't just a worried wife. She was a pillar of strength, the one holding the family together through the storm. Her phone vibrated in her pocket. It was a call from home. She stepped outside and lowered her voice. "Kids, Daddy's just a bit tired. Nothing serious. He'll be better tonight." On the other end, their cheerful voices filled the line. Catherine smiled faintly. Though her eyes were still red, she showed no trace of fear. News that the prince was out of danger spread quickly. The tense crowd outside the hospital began to relax. Some reporters lowered their cameras. A few people even clapped in relief. But Catherine didn't leave. She stood by the window on the second floor, gazing down at the courtyard below. The afternoon light fell across the glass, reflecting her face calm, thoughtful. The dark coat she wore made her silhouette stand out against the pale window frame. That image was captured by a photographer from afar. Within just a few hours, it appeared on the front pages of every newspaper with the caption, "The woman who kept an entire kingdom calm," beneath the photo. Thousands of comments poured in. Some called her a symbol of courage. Others wrote, "Catherine has proven why she was born to be queen." Buckingham Palace finally released a brief statement. "Prince William is currently recovering well. The Princess of Wales is by his side and wishes to thank the public for their concern." It was only 2 sentences long, but it was enough to ease the wave of anxiety sweeping across Britain. That evening, the hospital lights still burned brightly. Catherine had not left. She instructed the medical team to rotate night shifts and ordered the royal office to prepare an official statement for the following morning. When everyone else had withdrawn, she quietly sat down beside William's bed, her eyes softening. The sounds outside gradually faded until only the steady beeping of the heart monitor filled the room. A gentle breeze drifted through the window. Catherine looked out into the distance, the lights of London glittering like stars. She knew that by tomorrow, everything would be explained, and the press would write hundreds of lines about the accident. But at that moment, all she cared about was the steady rhythm of the man breathing beside her. Night fell, and the hospital sank into silence. The white curtains swayed slightly in the wind. Catherine stood, adjusted her coat, and looked at William one last time before leaving the room. She paused by the window. The soft golden light from the hallway cast over her calm face. A second photo was taken from the opposite corridor, the moment she turned back, her deep eyes carrying the weight of a long night, filled with both fear and quiet resolve. The next morning, when the news of William's recovery appeared across all morning broadcasts, the British people finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yet in their hearts, the image of Catherine remained, a woman who didn't need many words, but could bring peace to an entire nation simply through her presence. But while Catherine chose silence and devotion somewhere else, another woman chose a completely different response. The London sky that afternoon was gray, heavy clouds looming as if ready to burst. The urgent news of Prince William's accident gripped all of Britain in breathless suspense. Ambulances sped toward St. Mary's Hospital, sirens blaring. Thousands of citizens gathered outside, their anxious faces turned toward Buckingham Palace for updates. But behind the cold palace walls, the reaction was entirely different. Camilla received the news while having tea in her brightly lit sitting room at Mill House, her private estate nearly 2 hours from London. In her hand was the morning paper, its cover showing Catherine smiling with her children at a charity event. Camilla's eyes flicked over the photo, cold and empty, when her aide entered, voice trembling, to report that Prince William's car has been in a serious accident. She paused for only a moment, set her teacup down, and said quietly, almost dismissively, "Contact the hospital. Ask for an update. I'm not in a position to intervene." No shock, no genuine concern, just a few curt sentences, and she turned back to her desk, where stacks of letters and documents awaited. Since King Charles had fallen ill, Camilla had effectively overseen all royal affairs. She knew this was her time to consolidate her image as the Lady of the Palace, and any sign of weakness could threaten that image. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Catherine sat motionless outside the operating room. Her hair was tousled, her eyes red. Tears fell silently down a face that had never lost its composure through all the storms. She clasped her hands tightly, whispering a prayer. Hundreds of reporters crowded outside the gate, and the whole of Britain held its breath. Yet Buckingham Palace remained utterly silent, no statements, no updates. It wasn't until nightfall, when public outrage over that silence began to surge, that Camilla finally ordered the release of a brief message. Prince William is receiving special medical care. The royal family thanks the public for their concern. No mention of Catherine, no personal gratitude, just a cold, standard, emotionless line. Inside the palace, tension hung thick in the air. Servants walked softly, spoke quietly. Everyone could feel the invisible divide growing wider. One side remained loyal to the Prince and Princess of Wales, symbols of devotion and genuine love. The other, smaller but more powerful, stood behind Camilla, the woman now sitting on the temporary throne. Camilla convened her advisors the next morning. In the red-carpeted meeting room, The dim light cast sharp reflections across her stone-like face. "The monarchy needs stability," she said slowly. "There is no room for personal emotion. We must continue as usual." Then she signed several papers, her slender hand with pearl-colored nails moving with an unnerving calm. One advisor hesitantly asked, "Your Majesty, what about the prince's condition?" Camilla's lips curled into a thin, blade-like smile. "The doctors will do their job. We cannot let emotion disrupt royal order." Meanwhile, the media exploded. Every major newspaper published the same photo of Catherine sitting beside her husband's hospital bed, holding his bandaged hand, an image that moved millions to tears. At the same time, a wave of criticism crashed toward Camilla. "Where is the Queen of England while the prince fights for his life?" blared the headline of the Daily Mirror. A prominent BBC columnist even wrote, "While Catherine weeps, Camilla raises her glass in the sitting room of Ray Mill House." Rumors spread like wildfire. People said that on the very night of the accident, Camilla still hosted a private dinner with a few old friends. Luxury cars lined up outside her mansion, laughter and music echoing until midnight. A worker from a neighboring estate recalled that she seemed very cheerful, as if nothing had happened at all. On social media, old photos of Diana Charles's first wife flooded every platform once again. Internet users compared Diana's gentle eyes to Camilla's cold gaze. Someone commented, "History is repeating itself. One woman suffers. Another remains indifferent." The hashtags number Pray for William and number Where is Camilla shot straight to the top of the trending list within hours. But inside the palace, Camilla seemed unbothered. She continued her schedule, reviewed documents, and met privately with a few trusted journalists to shape the narrative. She wanted the public to believe she was being reasonable, that grief doesn't need to be displayed. Yet, it was precisely that excessive composure that made everyone more suspicious. Those close to King Charles stayed silent. He was still resting at Sandringham. In fragile health, no one knew if he had been informed about his son's accident. But everyone knew Camilla had no intention of letting him return any time soon. "The king needs rest," she said during a meeting. "I will handle everything on his behalf." And in doing so, Camilla quietly tightened her grip on power. Younger advisors seemed unsure, exchanging uneasy glances, not knowing which side to take. Because Catherine, the woman who held the heart of the people, was alone in the hospital, while Camilla, the one truly in control, calmly ran the royal household as if nothing had happened. In the following days, as William's condition gradually stabilized, Catherine appeared before the public with a tired but composed face. She thanked the doctors and nurses, and everyone who had prayed for them. Her voice trembled but was full of emotion. The entire nation applauded, and among the waves of applause, Camilla was absent. She only sent an official note of congratulations. Cold, dry, and soulless. Royal experts described it as the clearest moment of division between the two most powerful women in the British monarchy. One was beloved, respected, embodying kindness and devotion. The other, powerful and calculating, yet sending chills down everyone's spine. Buckingham Palace now felt like a silent battlefield. The thick walls couldn't hide the whispers. Servants avoided looking directly at Camilla, while Charles's old advisors quietly skipped meetings. They all knew that between Catherine and Camilla, a silent war had begun not for titles, but for the heart of the entire nation. And as night fell over the ancient palace, Camilla sat alone in a brightly lit room. On the table lay a photo of Charles in better health, beside a newspaper covering William's accident. She lifted a glass of wine, took a small sip, her gaze drifting toward the distant city lights outside the window. No one knew what she was thinking, but the faint smile that crossed her lips, thin, cold, and full of meaning, sent a chill through anyone who might have seen it. Because at that very moment, She seemed entirely unafraid. On the contrary, she looked like the only person still in control of everything, even as the entire nation outside was asking, who truly deserves to represent the British royal family in the future? That afternoon, as the sun dipped westward, tension hung over Buckingham Palace like a drawn string. The press crowded the gates, cameras aimed at the doorway where the royal spokesperson, Sir Jonathan Miles, was about to appear. After long hours of silence, the palace finally spoke, dressed in a neat gray suit, his voice calm yet firm. He read each word slowly. The Prince of Wales has regained consciousness following a traffic collision. His injuries are minor, and he is currently being cared for at St. Mary's Royal Hospital. Doctors have confirmed that his condition is stable. The family kindly requests that the media respect their privacy during this time. Before the statement even ended, the crowd outside erupted. Hundreds cheered and clapped. Some were moved to tears. Someone shouted, "Thank God the prince is safe." Emotions spread like a rising wave. Across the United Kingdom, people felt the weight of an endless day finally lift from their hearts. Meanwhile, at the hospital, the corridor outside Prince William's room was completely secured. Catherine sat quietly beside her husband's bed, her face still marked by exhaustion. All morning, she had held herself together for their children. But now, with the door closed, her eyes quietly filled with tears, William gently squeezed her hand and whispered, "I'm okay." That was all. Catherine nodded, saying nothing more. That moment needed no grand words. It was perhaps one of the rare, genuine glimpses of humanity the royal family ever allowed the world to see. While the public was deeply moved by the image of a strong wife and gentle mother, at Ray Mill House, the atmosphere was entirely different. Queen Camilla, who still hadn't appeared since the incident, was reportedly hosting a private tea gathering with a few close friends. According to a source, she merely offered formal condolences during a closed meeting with her advisors and refused to comment further. Her absence quickly became the center of public outrage online. Many accused her of deliberately keeping her distance to avoid blame, while others bluntly said she lacked the basic compassion expected of a member of the royal family. That very evening, major newspapers such as The Times and Daily Mail simultaneously ran the headline, "Catherine, the woman who kept the royal family together." The photo of her leaving the hospital, her eyes resolute yet gentle, became a symbol of composure, a portrait of a woman quietly carrying the image of the monarchy's future on her shoulders. Media experts remarked, "While Camilla shows silence, Catherine moved the entire nation with nothing more than her calm and compassion." However, inside Buckingham Palace, silent cracks began to appear. Some of the king's close advisors feared that the public was beginning to compare the two women, and that Catherine was clearly winning. Queen Camilla's image was fading from the hearts of the people, especially after she was found to have cancelled 3 consecutive engagements since the day of the accident. An insider revealed that Camilla was visibly irritated seeing her name attached to negative headlines. During a brief meeting at Clarence House, she was said to have remarked, "This is their issue, not mine. I am not obliged to perform for the cameras." That statement spread like wildfire. Many palace staff could not hide their surprise. A former aide to Prince William told the press, "If Camilla ever had a chance to regain the public's sympathy, she just lost it completely with those few words." For ordinary people, the image of Catherine holding herself together for her children only made the contrast even sharper. At the hospital, after 2 days of monitoring, doctors officially allowed Prince William to be discharged. The news was confirmed on Tuesday afternoon. As British media joyfully reported, the prince has recovered and will return home to rest with his family. Royal black cars lined up one after another at the patient pickup area. Outside the hospital gates, hundreds of people were waiting just to catch a glimpse of William. When the car door opened, He gave a tired yet warm smile and waved to the cheering crowd. Catherine walked beside her husband, saying nothing, but their eyes spoke volumes. In that moment, there were no titles, no crowns, only two people returning home after a storm. The media captured that scene and simply captioned it, "They just want to go home." That single line brought tears to millions. When the car stopped in front of Adelaide Cottage, the three children were already waiting at the door. George, Charlotte, and Louis, still in their school uniforms, ran toward their father with bright smiles. William knelt to embrace them, while Catherine stood behind, watching with warmth in her eyes. For a fleeting moment, the noise of the outside world faded away. There were no princes or duchesses, only a family that had just weathered a great storm. The scene spread across every front page, moving the nation like never before. An editorial in The Guardian wrote, "At a time when the monarchy faces division and dwindling trust, that image reminds us that behind palace walls still beat hearts that love and fear like any of us." Yet, even in that moment of apparent peace, those who understood the undercurrents sensed another wave rising inside the royal family. Catherine's overwhelming public support not only elevated her image, but also overshadowed Camilla's, who had been striving to consolidate power while the king remained in recovery. A former palace communications officer stated, "After this accident, you could say the balance of power within the monarchy has begun to shift. The public now sees Catherine as a new symbol, while Camilla has been pushed to the sidelines." And as night fell and the lights within the palace dimmed, one question lingered in many hearts. Was this car accident merely an unfortunate incident, or the beginning of a quiet transfer of power within the British monarchy? That collision, though lasting only an instant, awakened the entire nation. Amidst the luxury cars, the iron gates, and the cold official statements, people suddenly realized who the true heart of the royal family was. It was not about titles or power, but about composure, grace, and the love of family. Virtues that Catherine had embodied through her silent strength. As for Camilla, the woman who once climbed to the throne through her calculated moves, she now faces the growing distance of public sentiment. Perhaps, in a monarchy where faith is beginning to waver, all eyes will soon turn toward the woman who listens, rather than the one who commands. So, what do you think? Does Catherine truly deserve to be called the new heart of the British monarchy? Press 1 if you believe she does, or press 2 if you think Camilla is simply trying to protect what's rightfully hers. And don't forget to subscribe to our channel to follow the next chapter of this mysterious royal story. Prince William and Queen Camilla have never shared a truly warm relationship. For William, Camilla's name is forever tied to the greatest tragedy of his life, the collapse of his parents' marriage. He grew up watching Princess Diana, his beloved mother, drown in pain, betrayed, isolated, and deeply wounded. And in his eyes, Camilla was the spark that ignited all of that heartbreak. For this reason, even when Charles openly brought Camilla into his life, even when she was officially crowned queen beside him, the scars in William's heart never fully healed. Now, that already tense relationship has erupted once more, as William is said to have exposed a secret money-making scheme linked to Camilla. This revelation has not only intensified the conflict between them, but has also raised troubling questions in the public's mind. Why would a member of the royal family be involved in shady financial dealings? And does this point to a hunger for power and ambition long hidden behind Camilla's composed facade? For William, this truth feels like the final straw, forcing him to confront the woman he has never accepted. More than anyone, he understands that every move Camilla makes has the power to tarnish the dignity of the monarchy and to trample upon the sacred memory of his late mother. In today's video, We will uncover the full story behind this secret money scheme, delve into the fraught relationship between William and Camilla, and explain why this shocking revelation could spark one of the biggest earthquakes the British royal family has ever faced. In the cozy western study of Clarence House, where father and son had shared secrets for years, Prince William's anger boiled over like a storm, ready to break. He slammed a pile of penalty slips onto the wooden desk, each one a piece of paper screaming injustice. "Dad," he said, his voice sharp as a knife, "this isn't about keeping things in order. It's outright robbery." King Charles frowned deeply, his forehead creased with worry. He listened as William laid it all out: harsh fines imposed on servants for minor mistakes at dinner, money deducted directly from their paychecks. Charles promised to monitor the situation and investigate, but he urged William to stay quiet for now. "We don't want a scandal ripping through the palace," he whispered. But William couldn't let it go. The ghosts of the past haunted him. His mother, Princess Diana, had been hurt by secrets and lies hidden behind royal walls. He refused to repeat that mistake, deciding to investigate on his own. He pretended it was a routine check of palace finances, locking himself in a quiet room. He dove into stacks of financial records. The spreadsheets, filled with numbers and codes, were like a puzzle. As he sifted through them, a shocking fact emerged. In just 3 months, over 48 pounds sterling, 000, had been collected from servant fines. Not a penny went to palace improvements or staff training. Instead, it flowed into a hidden bank account, controlled solely by Queen Consort Camilla. Heart racing. William called the head accountant, whose voice trembled on the line. It was her order. "Your Highness," he admitted. "She said it was for operational improvements, but no money has been spent on that yet." William felt a fire ignite within him. This wasn't about enhancing the palace, it was a scheme for Camilla to siphon cash for her own escape plan. Building a secret life far from the throne's troubles, using money squeezed from those who could barely afford it. William grabbed the thick file of evidence and marched to Camilla's office, his footsteps echoing like thunder down the hall. The door flew open, and he tossed the dossier onto her desk. "Look at this," he growled. "Almost 50 pounds. 000, taken from hard-working servants who are scared stiff. All sitting in an account you control. What kind of upgrade is that?" Camilla didn't flinch at first, leaning back with a sly smile, as if dealing with a petulant child. "Oh, William," she said mockingly, "you're making a mountain out of paperwork. I'm just enforcing rules, something your dear mother never quite mastered." The jab at Diana hit like a punch, but William stood tall. "Don't you dare bring her into this," he shot back. "If you think this is a witch hunt, fine, but without real proof. Stop now, or you'll regret it." His eyes burned with resolve. "I'll uncover every dirty secret you think you can hide behind that smile." Camilla's words only fueled his determination. Quietly, he enlisted Tobias, a sharp financial expert from the royal treasury he trusted implicitly. Together, they followed the money trail like hunters tracking prey. It led to a fake company in Thailand, a shell to hide shady deals. From there, the funds were funneled to build a lavish villa in Cornwall, complete with a hidden tunnel to the sea perfect for slipping away unnoticed. The smoking gun, emails from Camilla's office, signed with her name, instructing, "Take the funds from the dinner rules and send them out on time." It all clicked. The cruel penalties weren't about discipline, they were a money-making machine, turning servants' sweat and fear into bricks for her private dream home. A sanctuary free from Charles and the palace's crumbling power games, built on the suffering of those she exploited. William compiled every piece of evidence into a thick folder labeled simply, "The Truth." He sealed it and hid it in a safe spot, his mind made up. When Kate asked that night, her voice soft with concern, "What now? Love?" He replied firmly. "I'm calling a press conference." The whole world needs to hear this. The air crackled with tension. Family bonds were about to snap under the light of honesty. Would the throne survive the fallout? Or would this spark change everything forever? The explosive reckoning. The morning sun spills over London. But inside Clarence House, a storm brews. The grand hall pulses with restless energy, its golden chandeliers casting a glow over 30 journalists from Paris to Prague, their cameras locked on the royal emblem above. Today is no ordinary press call. Never before have King Charles, Queen Consort Camilla, and Prince William faced the world together on such a stage. The air crackles with secrets waiting to burst. A tension so thick it could choke the room. What truth is about to unravel the monarchy's polished facade? William strides to the podium first, clutching the thick file, his face resolute. A man driven by a fire no one saw coming. Camilla follows, her blue gown a mask of elegance, but her eyes betray a flicker of exhaustion, as if sensing the ground shifting beneath her. Charles enters last, his step slow, heavy with dread, as if whispering, "This cannot be stopped." The trio sits, the silence deafening, every gaze fixed on what comes next. William seizes the microphone. No notice, no hesitation. His voice rings clear, slicing through the hush like a blade. "Today, we lay the truth bare for the people, for history, for our family." He flips open the file, revealing a bombshell, an audit exposing £48,000 siphoned from the palace's humblest workers, fined for trivial errors like a misplaced fork or a dropped napkin. The money didn't bolster Clarence House, it vanished into shadowy Thai bank accounts. Gasps ripple through the crowd as he holds up damning proof. Bank transfers linked to Camilla's trusted political advisor, Malcolm Harrow, and deeds to a secret Cornish villa with a hidden sea tunnel. These harsh rules, William accuses, his eyes burning into Camilla, were a cover to build your private empire, funded by the sweat and fear of those you deemed invisible. Camilla leans forward, her composure a fragile shield. "Are you turning clerical errors into a national scandal?" "William," she snaps, her voice laced with mockery. But William is relentless, presenting emails signed by her hand, funding from dinner rules. "Disperse on schedule." The words hang like a noose, her own orders betraying her. The room freezes. Journalists scribble furiously, phones capturing every second. Charles looks down, his silence louder than words, unable to meet the gaze of his son or wife. Camilla's lips part, but no defense comes. The truth's weight crushes her defiance. The conference ends in a suffocating hush. Charles rises first, walking away without glancing at Camilla. A stark departure from his usual chivalry. William remains, his gaze unwavering, as if he's already seen the future. Within hours, the world erupts. 20 million views flood online platforms, with headlines screaming, "Queen Consort's secret scheme exposed." Articles from London to New York paint Camilla not as royalty, but as a cunning manipulator. Her regal image shattered. The oppressed servants, once cowed by her rules, feel their chains dissolve. Their whispers become a roar heard across the globe. This seismic revelation fractures family ties, leaving Clarence House forever changed. William's stand promises a monarchy reborn, rooted in fairness over fear. But the intrigue deepens. Can a crown endure when built on hidden betrayals? What would you do if a leader you trusted preyed on the vulnerable for personal gain? The shadowy spark. Picture Clarence House, that grand old palace in London where kings and queens have lived for centuries. Every hallway and sparkling chandelier murmurs tales of love, betrayal, and power plays. But now, beneath the opulent facade, a sneaky fight brews quiet and cutting, like a knife hidden in the dark. At its center stands Camilla, the formidable queen consort, wielding her authority to control the palace's everyday workers' maids, butlers, and cooks who keep things running smoothly. With strict new rules, she's forcing them to toe the line, docking their hard-earned wages for minor mistakes. Why? To secretly amass cash for her dream hideaway, a cozy retreat far from the throne's uncertain future, independent of anyone's approval. She's cunning, twisting loyalty into fear while smiling as if nothing's wrong. But there's a twist. Prince William, the heir, watches from the shadows. His heart still aches for his mother, Princess Diana, lost too young. Her kindness, her defiance of rigid royal ways, and her advocacy for the underdog fuel him now. With fire in his eyes and Diana's spirit guiding him, William is ready to pull back the curtain on the lies. He's no longer just observing, he's digging deep, piecing together clues that could blow everything open. A showdown brews. On one side, honor, doing what's right, and protecting the weak. On the other, a hunger for control, no matter who gets hurt. It's a nail-biter with the royal world at stake. Who will emerge victorious? And who will crash under the weight of their schemes? Clarence House isn't just a building, it's a living storybook. Built in the 1820s, witness to wars, weddings, and scandals. Its lights, like warm hugs from the past, cast long shadows where secrets hide. Imagine walking its polished floors, feeling history's weight, while London's buzz fades outside. Camilla, once the other woman in Charles and Diana's messy split, has climbed to the top. But power can corrupt. Her rules are invisible chains. A servant drops a spoon. Fined, coughs at dinner. Pay cut. It's all under the guise of maintaining class. But really, it's her way of stocking a secret piggy bank for a villa abroad. Sunny beaches. No paparazzi. No palace drama. She's playing a long game, thinking no one notices the staff's scared eyes or her growing pile of cash. Enter William, the hero in waiting. Not your typical prince trained as a pilot. Father to 3. Husband to Kate, but Diana's loss haunts him. She was the people's princess, embracing the sick, fighting for fairness. Seeing Camilla's tricks, William feels that old anger rise. He gathers proof quietly. Notes from upset workers. Odd money trails. It's a detective story, with him as the sharp-eyed sleuth. Honor means standing tall, speaking truth. As Diana taught, ambition is Camilla's drive to grab what she wants. Stepping on toes. As whispers turn to shouts, the palace shakes. Will Charles side with his wife or son? How far will William go? Perhaps a global reveal. One wrong move, and the crown could wobble. The iron fist descends. Imagine Clarence House's dining hall, glowing like a fairy tale. Golden chandeliers drip light like molten honey, bathing a 2 6-foot table draped in creamy silk with golden threads. Every detail screams perfection. Governed by ancient royal culinary principles, water glasses aligned with precision, forks angled just so, dessert knives measured to the inch, appetizers spaced like stars. It's a place of calm, like a quiet church where Charles, William, Kate, and their 3 children once shared warm laughter over cozy dinners. But now, that peace is shattered, replaced by chilling tension disguised as modern discipline. The mastermind is Camilla, who rose from scandal to grip the palace tightly. On a sultry August evening, as the family gathers, she rises with the grace of a seasoned queen, folding her napkin with deliberate care. Her voice, smooth as velvet but sharp as a blade, cuts through the room, introducing the royal dining regulation. She declares, her words binding every servant, to uphold the monarchy's flawless image. Any slip at this table, misplaced spoons, careless chatter, a phone's buzz, a cough will cost part of your pay. The air turns heavy, like a storm about to break. Servants lower their heads, eyes fixed on the cold marble floor, its icy sheen mirroring their fear. William and Kate exchange stunned glances. The rule dropped like a thunderbolt, no discussion, no warning, effective immediately. Camilla sits, her faint smile hiding a quiet victory, as if laying the first stone of a fortress built on fear and control. Beneath her poised exterior lies a darker secret. This discipline isn't about perfection, but a sly plan to siphon money from the humblest workers to fund a lavish villa far from England's shores, a private haven free from Charles's fading affection and the palace's shaky power games. In her sharp mind, true freedom comes from quietly collecting coins from those too scared to speak up. That night, as platters of juicy Scottish salmon gleam, the first crack in her plan appears. Young Marian, a nervous new servant still finding her way, fumbles a sauce bottle, splashing a drop onto Princess Charlotte's plate, unnoticed by the family, but caught by Camilla's hawk-like gaze. She orders, "Write it down," her voice icy. Later, Marian finds an envelope. £50 fine for a sauce mishap? Her heart sinks. That money was for her sick mother in Yorkshire. In the shadowy staff quarters, whispers of anger ripple. They docked me £80 for standing wrong. An older worker hisses, "Soon we'll all be penniless." This single spill sparks a quiet rebellion. The servants' fear grows, but so does their desperation, their stolen wages piling into Camilla's secret fund. William, watching from the sidelines, senses something rotten. Memories of Diana's kindness to staff stir his resolve. Why is Camilla tightening her grip so cruelly? What's she hiding? As the hall's golden glow dims under her rules, a storm brews, one that could expose her scheme and shake the monarchy to its core. Whispers of despair. The dining hall's elegance crumbles under Camilla's gaze. Young Marian, a fresh-faced waitress thrust into service after family tragedies in Yorkshire, trembles while uncorking sauce, splattering a droplet onto Charlotte's plate. The royals overlook it, but Camilla's piercing stare commands, "Note it." Her tone is a frozen blade. Later, an envelope arrives. £50 fine for sauce protocol violation. Marian's eyes well with tears in the cramped staff quarters that some could mean skipped meals for her ailing mother. An elder servant mutters, £80 last week for improper tea-pouring stance. We'll all be destitute soon. The fines cascade like a relentless storm. Within weeks, 4 veteran staff vanish without fanfare, including beloved nanny Agnes. Relocated for a minor side dish blunder, William's suspicions ignite during a French banquet prep. Witnessing a wine steward's 2-inch glass misalignment earn Camilla's venomous glare. Days later, Oliver drops a cloche in the echoing hall, no harm done. Yet he's docked £160. A week's wages. Desperate, he risks taboo by texting William at midnight. Can't endure this hell. The message pulls William into the fray. Undercover chats reveal horrors. Penalty slips for laughing at a child's tale, £70. Napkin slips, £100. Even half-month deductions for breadcrumbs. A butler laments the shift from warnings to instant cash grabs. A maid weeps over Elsie's firing for a wine menu mix-up. Her fate unknown. Sleepless nights plague William. Diana's words haunt him. Monarchy thrives on kindness, not fear. The poison of dread taints every meal, eroding the palace's soul. Azair, husband, and son of a silenced icon. William vows to unearth the truth, transforming whispers into a roar for justice. Prince William and Camilla's uneasy dance. Beneath the polished surface of royal life, tension weaves through the bond between William and his stepmother, Camilla. Their relationship, etched with unease and mistrust, carries the weight of a complicated past. Yet flickers of change hint at a fragile truce. Royal watcher Christopher Anderson reveals William once merely tolerated Camilla, whose poised exterior masked a fear of his intensity. Their first meeting was so unnerving. She needed a gin and tonic to steady herself, a vivid snapshot of their rocky start. The strain runs deep, rooted in loyalty to Princess Diana, William's beloved mother, whose memory looms large. A family friend shares that William and Harry harbored distrust of Camilla, their hearts tethered to Diana's legacy. This wasn't just personal, it was fueled by whispers of betrayal. The brothers discovered Camilla had leaked stories to the press to polish her image, painting herself as the gracious new royal figure. Each headline felt like a jab, deepening their reluctance to accept her. For years, vulnerability was a luxury they couldn't afford around her. Their conversations clipped, their walls high, yet time softens sharp edges. The friend notes a thaw in William's stance, a pragmatic piece less about affection and more about function. Kate, the steady Princess of Wales, played the alchemist. Unlike William's initial frostiness, Kate approached Camilla with warmth, never brushing her off or treating her as an outsider. Her kindness bridged the gap, nudging William to see Camilla as family, not foe. The journey hasn't been easy. Scars of loyalty and loss linger. William and Harry's devotion to Diana casts a long shadow, making every step toward Camilla a negotiation with the past. Amid broader royal storms, like tensions with Harry and Meghan, William and Kate crave calm. Kate's refusal to let resentment fester has held this delicate balance together. But can a relationship born in suspicion fully bloom into trust? Camilla's early press maneuvers left a mark. While William may share polite smiles at gatherings, the ghost of those leaks hovers. Is this bond genuine or a diplomatic dance to preserve the monarchy's image? Kate's influence suggests hope, but can William ever truly open his heart to the woman who stood in his mother's shadow? What does it take to mend a fractured family under the world's scrutiny? Can loyalty to one memory coexist with a new reality? Echoes of justice. In the hushed sanctuary of King Charles's study, time poses, marked by the relentless tick of a pendulum clock. 3 days after William's earth-shaking press conference, Clarence House feels like a stage where history pivots, bathed in the glow of antique lamps. The room holds memories of father-son confidences, now heavy with unspoken truths. Charles stands at the window, staring at the garden where Camilla's red roses once bloomed, now uprooted, as if nature rejects her legacy. Turning to William, his eyes carry regret. "You've done what I never could," he murmurs, his voice blending awe and sorrow. "You chose truth over the facade I guarded too long." With a solemn nod, Charles hands William a leather-bound dossier embossed with the royal crest, granting him dominion over palace finances, every coin, from servant wages to banquet budgets, now under his vigilant gaze. Then the revelation. Camilla, the once unyielding queen consort, has been banished to a secluded countryside manor, her title stripped of public duties, her presence erased from royal life. It's a velvet prison for a woman whose ambition burned too brightly. A silent exile louder than any decree. That dawn, as mist clings to Clarence House's stones, a discreet convoy slips through the rear gates. Servants, once paralyzed by Camilla's glares, line the velvet-draped corridors, their faces alight with quiet triumph. Camilla walks alone, a stark figure in a plain coat, clutching a modest handbag, her regal aura dulled, her steps heavy with defeat. Her sunken eyes betray a woman who foresaw the end but couldn't escape it. The oak door shuts with a final click, sealing her from the palace she once ruled, her opulent gowns, glittering jewels, and every trace of her reign vanish, as if she were a fleeting specter. The servant's silent stares speak volumes. The tyrant is gone, and freedom breathes anew. William acts swiftly, a prince reborn as protector. The suffocating royal dining regulation, Camilla's tool to siphon funds, is abolished. Its cruel fines are erased like a nightmare dispelled by dawn. Servants penalized for trifles like a misplaced spoon or a stifled cough receive their wages back, bolstered by a 15% raise and fairer perks. Those unjustly dismissed, like Nanny Agnes, return to open arms, their dignity restored. Resignation letters turn to pleas for return. Staff writing, "We believe in this new dawn." William strides through bustling kitchens and gleaming halls. No entourage, just a leader among his people. To a tearful veteran servant, fearing fleeting change, he pledges, "I won't just listen. I'll fight for you." His words, simple yet ironclad, rekindle trust in a monarchy once shadowed by fear. The world watches, spellbound. Headlines anoint William, the guardian of dignity. His quiet resolve, a blazing beacon. A candid snapshot, William clasping a returning servant's hand. No red carpet? Just raw sincerity spreads like wildfire, touching millions. Social media hums, the image a symbol of a crown reclaimed by compassion. The press conferences, shockwaves, amassing 20 million views overnight, cement William's stand as a turning point. A defiant cry against hidden greed in gilded halls. Camilla fades into a whisper of history. Her Cornish villa, funded by servant tears and traced to shady Thai accounts, lies abandoned. Its secret sea tunnel razed by local decree. Her assets, frozen, tell a tale of ambition undone. Rumors swirl. She resides in a modest cottage, bereft of aids, perhaps seeking solace in Swiss therapy. Her name, once synonymous with power, now echoes as a cautionary legend of overreach and moral decay. On a rain-soaked autumn afternoon, William lingers at the dining hall's threshold. Once Camilla's stage for silent terror, now laughter spills freely, glasses clink without dread, and servants move with ease, no longer haunted by fines. The head chair, her former throne, stands empty, a poignant emblem of a storm past. The palace pulses with life, its soul restored. Yet the saga's shadow lingers, whispering a question. Would you stand for a leader who builds their empire on the broken backs of the powerless? Share your thoughts on this enthralling royal drama. A scenario that even the British royal family would never want to face. A prince, once praised as a war hero, once seen in military uniform adorned with prestigious medals, is now being mentioned in allegations linked to the network of Epstein. His name appears repeatedly across the media, not with respect, but with suspicion and anger. And then, a shocking number emerges, £12 million. A settlement paid in the year 2022 to Virginia Giuffre. There is no formal apology, no public trial, but the price paid is unmistakably clear. By the year 2026, everything appears to spiral beyond control as new allegations continue to push the case to its peak. Meanwhile, at the center of the storm, King Charles is facing another battle. A battle with cancer. Although the intensity of his treatment has been reduced, the pressure from the public, from the media, and from within the royal family itself has not diminished. His decisions at this moment are no longer merely personal matters, but could directly affect the future of the monarchy. The numbers are telling a troubling story. The disapproval rate for Prince Andrew has reached 82%, the highest level ever recorded in modern royal history. Yet, on the other side, Prince William and Catherine continue to maintain a support rate of 77%. One side represents a crisis of trust, the other, a hope for renewal. So what is the question being asked? Should King Charles abdicate to protect the image of the royal family and pass responsibility to the next generation, or is his staying in place the very factor that preserves stability during this sensitive time? What do you think? Comment number 1 if you believe he should abdicate, and number 2 if you believe he should remain. Now, let us go deeper into the details of the scandal shaking Buckingham Palace. To understand why this crisis has erupted with such intensity, we need to turn back to the year 2019, the moment when everything began to slip out of control. The controversial interview on the Newsnight program by Prince Andrew was not merely a media misstep. It was widely seen as the turning point that caused his image to almost completely collapse in the eyes of the public. Instead of clarifying the suspicions related to Epstein, his unconvincing answers, even perceived as cold and lacking empathy, ignited a wave of criticism stronger than ever before. Public pressure spread rapidly. Within a short time, charities, business partners, and even military affiliations connected to him began to sever ties, one after another. The peak came when Queen Elizabeth II was forced to accept that her son would withdraw from official royal duties. This was not an easy decision, but it demonstrated the severity of the situation at that time. Moving into the year 2022, a new development continued to fuel controversy. The settlement agreement with Virginia Giuffre was announced, with an estimated figure of up to £12 million. What drew particular attention from the public was not only the amount, but also its source. Many reports suggested that the money was linked to royal assets, including support from King Charles III and funds associated with the family. Although there has been no detailed official confirmation, the use of royal resources to resolve a personal scandal severely shook public trust. During this period, the strategy of the royal family could be summarized in 2 words: silence. There were no further interviews, no direct responses to the media, and certainly no effort to bring the matter into the light with transparency. But that very silence led many to question, was this a way to protect the institution, or simply a delay of a larger crisis? By the year 2026, everything entered an entirely different phase. On February 19th, Prince Andrew was arrested on charges of misconduct in public office, related to the sharing of confidential information with Epstein in the past. This was no longer a civil or moral scandal. It had turned into a serious criminal matter, drawing the involvement of high-level investigative authorities. The public reaction this time went beyond anger. Surveys showed that the negative perception of Andrew had reached 82%, an unprecedented level. Notably, this figure surged after news of the arrest was made public, showing that trust, already fragile, had now almost completely collapsed. For many people in Britain, this was no longer the story of one individual, but a test of the transparency and accountability of the entire royal family. In that context, King Charles III was forced to act more decisively than ever before. Andrew's remaining military titles were stripped away. He no longer represents the royal family in any official capacity. Some sources even suggest that he was required to leave central royal residences and live in near isolation. It is a harsh move, but one that many believe came far too late. However, it is precisely at this point that a series of difficult questions begins to emerge. How much did King Charles III truly know about what had taken place in the past? When the allegations first surfaced many years ago, why was there no stronger action from the very beginning? Was the delay in handling the situation a strategy to minimize damage? Or did it unintentionally make matters worse when everything was finally exposed. Some analysts argue that Charles was placed in a nearly impossible position. If he had acted too early, he might have been criticized for turning his back on his family. But if he hesitated, he would